Hello, you two peoples. I'm Insane Lane. Hello, good morning. Welcome to day 10 of the trial, where closing arguments are expected within a couple of hours, meaning the defense has exactly one witness left to call. I lay even money that it's Del Reed. He's the only person I can think of. It is definitely not Hannah, for anyone who is thinking that, because there is just no way that her testimony would not take an entire day, probably two. So, by all accounts, she is not taking the stand in her own defense, which she has every right to do or not do. Maybe she thinks her defense was competent. Or maybe she knows a lost cause when she sees one, especially after their expert pointed a gun at the judge. Because that was so great. The entire world noticed that. I have friends in the UK who were messaging me this morning saying, "Did you see the guy point a gun at the judge?" Yes, and I saw him deny doing so as well. I highly suspect he will, shall we say, not be held in such high esteem anymore. You know, the NRA may want to look into all his awards and certifications and things and the like. Good morning, Sithale. Good morning, Nightwolf. Nightwolf, I know you're where it's very, very cold. I wish it was here. It's still much too warm. Hi, Damien. Good to see ya. We're waiting for court to start. They're late, of course. We have no official reason for a delay yet, but we're all just hanging out, chilling. Sorry if I sound a little stuffy. It's been raining all day. Yeah, we had heavy fog overnight because I woke up a couple times and couldn't see out my window. It really does. Like, this court is terrible at keeping time. Like, genuinely terrible. I mean, for a while, the judge was at least taking breaks at, like, exactly scheduled to the moment moments, but starting on time or coming back from lunch and breaks, they are really bad. Now, granted, the judge could just be so fed up with these two, she's hiding in her office, but at least this is projected to be the last day, and then after closing arguments, which are expected before lunch, we'll be on jury watch, so I will have the court TV feed up on my side monitor, and when they come back and there's a verdict, I will jump in live whenever that is. So keep an eye on the Discord if you want to be there, because there won't be much time. I mean, I'm sure the court will announce, probably about 10 minutes before it's read, give the networks time to jump in, because they will jump in for the verdict. Yeah, true. I like snow, but when it gets icy and hail and stuff like that, it's no, you can keep that. I do not care for hail. Are you insulting my dog? Yeah, hail and thunderstorms are not my friends. Thunderstorms only because they're very loud and they lead to power blackout, which makes me unhappy. But hail's because I was in a bad hailstorm as a kid. It was the first time I ever saw an adult be afraid and recognize that an adult was afraid. You know, that moment when you're a little kid and Of course, adults are invincible and they know everything and they can handle everything because they're adults. That's what they're for. That is until a very bad hailstorm starts beating the heck out of the house. Then you find out grown-ups can get afraid and tell you to hide in the basement. It's also the only time my grandfather ever came home from work in the middle of the day. To say he was not happy. I remember seeing the gutters laying on the grass. This hailstorm really did beat the crap out of my grandparents' house, knocked off the gutters, put holes in the roof, completely totaled out my grandfather's brand new van that he was like so proud of because it had buttons that did everything, and he's like a huge gadget person. It is a good one. I know that I've heard that song not in a long time. I know it's I think it's what's known as like lounge music. I don't think I know who originally sang that. I know it's older, like is it from the 60s? I think. Yes, I've definitely gotten the reference before because I like red. It's my color. And not just because I'm like the biggest Handmaid's Tale fan / nerd ever. I gotta look and see when season 6 of that is finally coming because if I've missed it, I'm gonna scream. Because rumor has it the 6th season is the final season, which is also a reason for me to scream. Because I need that show to last forever. I gotta get my reviews of that back up. I have actually reviewed season 1 a long, long time ago, like when season 1 actually first aired. The problem is, and I've had this problem with them, some of them YouTube is okay with, some of them get copyright hit, and I'm gonna have to negotiate that this time. One of them I may actually be in the wrong. There may actually be music in it somewhere that I've missed, but a couple of them I know I am not wrong on, but Hulu is very freaking litigious. Well, not Hulu specifically, it's MGM that claims them, and it still burns me that they get to have anything to do with that show just because they bought the rights back in the 80s and made a horrible movie that nobody should ever see. And then when Hulu came to them and said, we want to buy the rights to Handmaid's Tale and do an actual good show, and MGM went, no, we're not selling you the rights, but we'll let you do all of the work, but we get our name in the credits and some of the money. Sleazy. Chris Dubrow, that's who did the song. Never heard of him. Puppy's curled up. He was in bed getting his belly rubs this morning when my alarm went off. He was like, no, make it be quiet. I hit it with my paw. Look, I'm hitting it with my paw. He actually does because he sees me tap the screen to make it stop. And he knows that sometimes if he steps on my phone, it will light up. So he was like tapping it with his paw, like, go away, go away. Don't wake up. I'm having fun being in bed and getting my belly rubbed. Go away, sound thing. That makes mommy get out of bed that I don't approve of. Just because he was all wrapped up in a comforter like a little puppy burrito. I see it, Nightwolf. Thank you. Do I sound as bad as I think I do? Forgive me, it's the weather. I think it's still raining. Which, if we're hitting the rainy season, which usually it's a little early. We do, where I live, we do tend to have very all day rain every day during the spring. That's just unavoidable. Oh, and my building is starting on my balconies finally. By the way, those of you who know, the building across from me, it was part of the same compound. They were having their balconies done last year. They never finished those. They never finished the top rails on the roof. They never finished it. And they were working like up until a couple of months ago, well into the winter, when it was absolutely ridiculous to be doing outdoor work. But they were. So now they're starting on this building in about 10 days. So I'm going to have to figure that out. Because there is stuff on my balcony that has to be thrown out. Because they want them all completely clear, so there's nothing on them, which is great as soon as I can make it happen. Plus, I'm worried there's a pigeon nest. I think I saw a pigeon in a box, and I think there might be a nest, so I'm really worried. Yes, I like the pigeons. I mean, I don't invite them, but I don't want to destroy their nests either. And it's definitely pigeon mating season. They've started because I can hear them in the morning with all their cooing and strutting and flapping and, general pigeon business. Okay, court is super late. They're pushing 25 minutes late. There was no announcement. They were expected to start. I did see right at about when they should have been starting, there were people in the room. People are in the room. Hannah and the defense were seen walking in. The prosecution's there. Everybody's sitting around waiting to start. Probably. So I'm not sure what the delay is. They could be waiting on whoever the witness is to arrive. They could be running late. Yeah, it was supposed to. It was supposed to. Sorry, but I can't make the judge appear. There could be some behind the scenes motioning going on. I'm just checking a couple other feeds. Yeah, they're all just waiting too. So. Anybody else looking forward to the new Ghostbusters movie? I haven't seen the reboot of the reboot yet. Supposedly AM. We were told AM. But, we'll see. Who agrees with me that the one witness is going to be her father? And do you think he is going to fall on his sword for her? I think he either falls on his sword for her or he makes every excuse known to man for her. Including possibly taking some shots at the industry because, let's face it, he's retired. He doesn't have to worry about ever working again. So if he wants to get on the stand and say, yeah, Hollywood is a bunch of sexist jackasses that would never listen to a woman in a position of authority, and that's why somebody got shot, because they didn't respect my daughter, because I know that I trained her well and she would never have acted the way that they're saying she acted unless she was getting no respect and no authority, and therefore it's not her fault, but it's Hollywood sexism, I tell you. Because the defense was going for that early on. They tried it with a couple of witnesses, but then they seem to drop it. And while it is an anonymous jury, we are told the jury is mostly female. So I'm wondering if when the defense was trying to suggest that sexism played a role here, the looks on the faces of those women was not, shall we say, good for the defense, and they dropped it. I think that is a possibility. No, he certainly will not. By all accounts, Del Reed is like tough as iron, and he's like 80 years old. Like, you're not gonna. The guy's a legendary like gunslinger. You're not gonna push him around. You're not gonna get him to say anything that he doesn't want to say. there's almost no point in asking him questions because he's going to have in his head everything that he intends to say, and he's not going to say one word beyond it, no matter what you ask him, is what I'm predicting. Okay, come on, Court. You're like a half hour late. I could have slept in. Or I could have vacuumed my head. Yeah, still looking for that on Amazon. Was doing research yesterday for very specific things. I needed the names of specific equipment for my dark fairy tale, and I needed the character I was writing would know the actual scientific exact names for specific things. So I had to look it up, and then of course Google is not understanding me at first. God, if Google ever looks at my search history, they're gonna think I'm oh, there's such a weird combination of stuff. This is what happens when you start researching. At first it didn't understand me, and then it kept giving me all these articles for what this equipment is used for, and it's like, that's not what I wanted. I want the name of the actual thing. It's not listening. Then I finally get it to just list every type of this, and then there's no pictures with anything because I know what I want looks like, but I don't know the name of it. So giving me a list of names is not helpful unless there's a picture next to it and I can see which is which. Yeah, things like that is not what I was looking up at all. Not even on Pornhub. Ever. But yeah, eventually I got there, but it took a lot of doing, and I learned that the things I was looking up you can buy on freaking Amazon. And I was like, what? No, there's things you should not be able to just point click order off the internet. And everything I was looking up was all of them. Just things you should not just be able to buy. I mean, I am all for some, extracurricular activities, but really frightens me that you can buy that kind of stuff, and not just because I might drunkenly do it someday. No, not as bad as who remembers the early 2000s movie with Jodie Foster? You need examples, Damien? In DMs, I will maybe send you a picture if you're nice to me. But there was an early 2000s movie. This was shortly after 9/11. And back then, you went to Kinko's when you needed copies of stuff. Remember Kinko's, the photocopy place? They didn't really catch on in Canada, but I know they were very big in the States. So a guy who was a screenwriter needed copies of his script because he was going into a meeting with would-be producers to sell his script. So he goes to Kinko's, he drops it off, says, I need 4 copies of this. Okay, so he comes back an hour later and is taken into a back room at Kinko's by 2 FBI agents who are holding his manuscript and demanding to know, where did you get this? To which he was incredibly confused and said, well, I'm a writer. I wrote it. And they're like, no, where did you get this? Because they're heavily implying there is possibly something involving terrorism going on with this guy. Because they had only looked at the front page of the manuscript, which only had the name of the movie. That movie was called Flight Plan. And they thought that this guy had gotten a hold of an actual flight plan for a plane and was making copies. And that there was something incredibly sus going on. They had not actually turned a page and looked at it, because if they had, they would have seen this is a movie script. not an actual flight plan. I have seen that movie. It starred Jodie Foster. I forget who else. There were a couple other big names in it, but not really. It didn't get a lot of attention. It was a pretty good movie, but it tried to walk the line between being a psych thriller and being an action movie, which is very, very hard to do because when something's a psych thriller, you don't want action that actually takes away from the psych aspect. It's supposed to be in your head, it's supposed to mess with your head. So when you add lots of explosions and shoot 'em ups, then takes away from that. So little uneven there, but on the whole, not a bad movie. We're over a half hour late. They really weren't, because that was the most obvious thing. Like, literally all they had to do was turn one page and they would have seen. Instead, they almost arrest this guy. It's like, come on. But it was like in 2002, so everybody was shall we say a little on edge. Oh, I hear the pigeons. Fortunately, Kitty does not, because he'd be crashing into the windows by now. He comes tearing through the living room when he hears the pigeons. He just skimpers on his little feet so fast. For being a big fat kitty, with proper motivation, he can be really fast. And that's either the sound of pigeons or the sound of food. Or the sound of wet dog food being served because he insists that he gets to lick the can. Mostly he would like to eat the wet dog food, but he's not allowed because it's not good for him. He disagrees with this. But they've worked out an accord where he will not smack at the dog while the dog eats his wet food as long as Kitty gets to lick the can. And it is adorable to watch him pushing the can across the living room floor because he's just compulsively licking. It's like, if you let me put that on the table for you. And he's like, leave me alone licking the can. Nobody talk to me. They do. Like, I have to be careful when I feed the cat up on a table, literally to keep the dog away from the cat food, because he'll throw up if he eats the cat food. He can't digest it, so he'll throw it up. Always on the couch, by the way. Whenever he's going to be sick, he always has to throw up on the couch. But yeah, and one time I kept finding like cat kibble thrown up on my couch, and I'm like, where is he getting to the cat food? How is he doing it? And I had put a box under the table, and it was poking out just enough that he was able to use it as a step, and he was getting up on the table at night when I'm asleep and eating all the cat food. And one night I went to the bathroom and he thought I'd gone to bed. So when I opened the door, he's up on the table, chowing down on the cat food. And I just got the world's most, like, he just completely froze and was like, okay, I'm busting. I'm getting down. You didn't see me on the table. I'm getting down. Look, I've been on the floor the whole time. I wasn't on the table eating the cat food. You didn't see that. I'm so busted. that was what I realized when he was doing and moved the box. Okay, there's definitely something going on. I'm guessing the lawyers are in chambers sniping at each other. It could be waiting for a witness to arrive, possibly. But nothing has been announced in terms of anything being delayed or court starting late, because of course they wouldn't tell us this. You'll just get to stare at the Great Seal of New Mexico, which is very odd and very hard to read on clear. I mean, I kind of get what they were going for, but, put a background. Alright, I know what will force court to start. I'm going to run and refill my tea. I will be back in 10 seconds. Watch, it'll have started by the time I get back. I'm tempting fate on purpose. Thank you, Damien. You two are cute. At least with the trial being off this afternoon, I can catch up on some much-needed housework. My kitchen looks like, well, something out of a movie at the beginning of one of those, like, Mary Poppins type movies. Let's just say I have dishes to do. And floors. I'm so not getting into laundry today. No way. Oh, and I have an interview this afternoon. Everyone wish me luck. Really, really hoping I get hired. It's a call-taking thing of, just taking orders for something. I don't even know what. Doesn't really matter. Thank you. Yes, yeah, need to get working. My life gets a whole lot easier once I have a steady job again. Even your puppy's looking at me like, what are you doing? You're usually talking more. I don't know whether I should jump on you or not. Because he doesn't wait to be invited up. He just flings himself. Oh, yes, he's... Okay, hi. Okay, everybody look at the puppy. Look at the puppy. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, why are you 1,000,000 degrees? I'm sorry, pup, but you are 1,000,000 degrees and I'm overheating already. Of course, to him, he likes being overheated. He is the doggy that lays on the balcony in the summer and roasts himself, and then is really, really, really pleased when he's too hot to pet. Yes, because you get too hot to pet, your little fur goes on fire. Yes, and you like it that way. You come and press on my leg and go, feel how warm I am, isn't it wonderful? Okay, I said enough with the licking. You need a bath so badly. Okay, enough. It hurts his feelings if he doesn't get to lick. Because he's going, you don't love me. Licking is how I say I love you, so if you don't let me lick, then you don't love me. I'm a tiny puppy and I need all the love. I'm not sleepy. No, I'm not sleepy. I'm not falling asleep. He does do the baby thing of like, I'm not sleepy. Especially if there's company. If there's company, he will not sleep. Because whoever's visiting needs to pay him all the attention and belly rubs and cuddles. Okay, what did I say about the licking? What? I'm not going to notice? So, sorry we are so delayed. But nice, we're all hanging out together. Oh, and I'm looking into getting on Rumble because I've been hearing good things, including that you can actually stream whole movies without getting smacked over there, which I would like to do because movie nights are something I would very much enjoy, or doing live reacts to shows that I have not seen. I know, right? They really. I don't think the court would begrudge them. Like, come on. You're 35 minutes late. No, actually longer than that. They're 45 minutes late because I waited because I didn't think they'd go this long. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. Everyone is just waiting. There's been no official announcement that it's been delayed or anything like that. Excuse me. I'm just looking now. And there's nothing. And of course, now I have hiccups. What did we think of OSHA yesterday? Granted, I don't know like OSHA anything because I'm Canadian and it's American, but I was very, very confused by some of it. Just the limits that they seem to have, and that they don't identify a person as being responsible. Like, even when it's obvious, they can only like hold a production or a corporation accountable. And granted, they're not a criminal investigative service. I get that. But it just seemed very, like, the way they didn't count her as part of the management when she's listed as head armorer. That would make her the head of the armory department, would it not? And she's supposed to be in charge of the guns. How is that not a management position? So it just seemed very sus. That they kind of gave her such a clear, like, she is not responsible, all of the blame is on management for not letting her do her job kind of thing. That was very weird. Is this what they're known as? It wouldn't surprise me. I'm just checking out the Court TV chat room to see if they know anything. They don't. Everyone's just waiting. Sorry, I'm coughing. It's all the rain. For all we know, they're negotiating a deal right now. They could be putting an end to this. What? What? You're a puppy? Oh, he's saying I stopped petting him and that's not allowed. Believe you'll make, you should look up at me management. Shouldn't she might be up for just like the team leader and management is over her. That does make sense. But you would think when it comes to safety, you should be more assertive. I know, right? I should. In fact, let's do. Let me grab something. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? All right, let's do a quick body cam vid. Let's see, what do we have? I've got so much to catch up on. Once the trial is over, I am going to start doing body cams again, and thank you to the people that have reached out and said you will help me manage the copyright bullshit that will come with that. And we'll be getting in touch with you because it will definitely happen. Okay, random select.
You want to make this work? No.
Okay. Well, okay, let me adjust volume. This is from Police Insider, entitled Cop Kicker. I have not seen this. We have court TV down here in the little window. I'm going to drag that over so I can make the video full screen. OSHA's never been about holding the individual responsible. It's about holding the corporation responsible. OSHA came in a part about the unions, live employees protecting against themselves. Okay. I'm kind of understanding. Can they do anything to to demand changes within the industry? So this doesn't happen again kind of thing? You know what I mean? I know they can levy fines, which it still kills me that you can be, oh, can I send Seth the picture? Yes, I can. I assume you mean the tiny animal one. But let's see what we got on this video.
On March 30th, 2022, officers responded to a case of domestic violence. Upon arriving, they noticed a female who was heavily intoxicated. Dispatch advised that she had been acting belligerently and throwing things around the house. The victim requested that the officers arrest the female and remove her from the house.
Picture sent, and yes,
Here's what happened
adorable.
when police arrived.
Good evening, ma'am. Hi, Katie.
I want it.
Katie.
We'll point it down so it doesn't blind you. I know they're pretty bright.
That's okay. All right, Katie.
I hear a kitty.
What do you mean? I haven't said anything yet, so what are you?
Oh, big fluffy kitty.
Okay, so we got a call here that you've been throwing things.
No, I'm not throwing nothing.
Ma'am?
No, I'm not throwing nothing. Nothing.
Okay, so
I'm done.
I'm guessing she's less than sober.
Nothing happened.
nothing happened?
No.
What's your name, ma'am? Catherine?
What do you want from me?
I got a call here, like I said.
Okay, seriously. Oh my God.
And so now I'm here.
Oh, no, seriously, no. My towel. No, I'm not. No, what do you want from me?
Hey, as soon as we
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I have every right to be here.
That's
You
fine.
do.
You do live here, right?
Yeah, I do live here, so leave me
There
alone.
was a little disturbance. So as soon as we,
Okay.
as soon
No, I won't do a thing.
let me talk, okay?
No,
As
no,
soon as we
no,
get the
no,
information on who's here, then we'll be good, okay? So we need to get your information, okay?
Could you flash that in my eyes? Yeah, what do you want?
We just need everyone's ID to make sure that we make contact with everyone.
I don't have an ID.
Okay, then we need to get your name and your date of birth.
I don't know. No.
We do
No.
need to get your
No.
name and date of birth.
No.
Catherine?
I think you know your own name.
Leave me alone.
And they already know who she
Yeah,
is.
you can.
They already know.
I did nothing to you.
You didn't. And that's why
Right, so you get to go.
I wish.
No, I did nothing to anyone.
Hey,
What?
No, no,
Can
I
you
did
lower-
nothing to
Going
anyone.
off the
No,
desk.
No,
let's lower
no.
our voice. When
How do you-
Okay, bye-bye.
Being snuggle
Okay,
cuddled.
so hi, I'm here.
No,
So, Katie,
No,
No,
chubby puppy.
No, I did nothing to anyone.
He's very chubby.
Katie, I understand.
No, you
Well,
cannot
wait.
arrest me.
I'm not arresting you.
Okay, go then.
I'd say, you know what? This is what happened. Because I want to hear what happened with you and what
Baby.
escalated tonight. Maybe you
At
did
this rate, the
nothing.
court's going to be
I
on
don't
lunch
know.
before they
So
start.
that's why I want to talk to you.
I am still
okay?
watching. They have not
So,
started.
Katie, can we talk for a little bit? Katie, I know you can hear me. I'm not stupid. So let's talk.
No,
Okay.
it's
Thank you,
not me.
Damien.
I am talking. I'm right here, aren't I?
I'm not. Bye-bye.
Katie, I can't. That can't happen.
No, I didn't do nothing.
Okay. So you
Leave
didn't do
that.
anything.
Leave. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna stand here. So
The female was unwilling to comply with the officers and kept deviating from their questions.
I did talk to him. That's why I'm not. I'm gonna repeat myself. Again.
Yeah, that's called not answering,
Don't you
which
think that's
is
a little rude to not talk to me right now.
No, I didn't do
Nice
nothing to
tactic.
No one. So
You
guys
did
can
it
Go.
right now. But
Okay,
what
go.
was reported was that you were throwing things in this apartment that you live in.
Do you see me where I'm sitting?
Yes.
yes.
I'm not throwing nothing to no one.
So what were you doing like an hour ago?
No, same thing.
You were just sleeping. Since what time did you fall asleep at?
I just want to sleep here. That's it.
Should I say are we in,
I
are
paid
we sleeping
rent
in,
to live here.
Geos?
Yeah, I
Are we
did.
in the Geos?
Just
Justin's gonna
did.
step outside right now, okay?
No, I'm not
And you're
stepping
gonna
out. No, I'm
step
not.
up.
No, I'm not stepping
Katie?
out. I live here.
Okay, Katie, you are under arrest. There's a warrant out for you. There's an arrest warrant out for you. Did you know that? Katie, that's
No.
not going to help you right now. So right now, you're going to talk to me. So stand up before I...
Justin!
Katie, come on. Let's get up.
Katie,
No!
Get up.
Okay.
No!
You have
do
to.
not resist, otherwise it could
No,
cause more
here,
problems for
I want
yourself.
Okay, stand up.
Stand
Move
up.
away.
Katie, stand up.
Listen to me, okay?
Yeah, just get the out of
No,
here.
you're under arrest. Stand up or we're gonna.
I
make
am
you
not
stand up.
under arrest.
You
We're gonna,
You are.
we're gonna have to cure you if you have to. We don't want to have to do that.
Turn around.
Justin!
Okay, a lot of people are asking what's going on
No!
You're under arrest.
No!
with the court since they are officially an hour
You're gonna
late.
do this work on yourself. So let's stand,
The answer is nobody
Get away
knows.
from me.
stand up.
Stand up right now. We're not playing games. Stand up.
Stand
Stand up, or I'm gonna make you stand up. Stand up now. You wanna make this
No,
worse?
no.
Get in there.
You wanna get
No,
aggravated battery?
Okay, yeah, going with the little kid swatting thing, not a good idea.
All right, all right. Okay, get your cup.
Katie.
Your cup.
Katie,
I got her arm. Put her cup. I got her arm.
Katie, relax. Katie, relax. Katie, stop. Katie, stop.
Let's go.
Katie,
Seems like every cop here knows her.
No, you're under arrest. Stop. You're gonna get charged with fraud,
Why are
okay?
you hurting me?
Because you're not cooperating. We're trying to resist.
I wanted to do this easy, Katie.
Katie, stop. Okay.
Katie, stand up. You're going to hurt yourself.
Everyone relax.
Thank you for
Everyone relax.
blurring.
Okay.
Let go of me.
Yeah.
Let Justin. Justin.
Okay, Katie.
I have double
Justin.
Yeah.
Justin.
All right, come on, Katie. Let's stand up, okay? We're
Wait
gonna stand
till
up.
she gets a double lock.
Justin.
Come on, Katie. We're gonna stand up, okay? Come on.
Put her
Katie,
hands up.
come on, Katie. We're going this way. Katie,
No.
Katie, come on.
No.
Katie,
got this
come on.
Katie, stop
Katie,
resisting.
You're going to make this
You're
hard
gonna
on
make things a
yourself.
lot worse for
You're gonna
yourself.
make it a lot worse.
I want it just
I know, right?
Okay?
I'm going Mexican stand up. I think
The
they're-
female was taken to the police unit.
something has to be going on behind the scenes. It's the only
Want
explanation.
some shoes?
Do you want some shoes?
Either a deal is being made,
You didn't care about
the witness is late,
me. You are, hey, oh, you.
or there's some kind of procedural
No.
something that they are working out.
Let me go.
Hold up. Katie, come on.
Let me go.
You stop.
Ow.
Come on.
Ow.
Come on.
Ow. 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 No, it hurts.
Okay, stop
Oh,
moving
let
around.
me
Stop resisting.
Isn't it adorable, Sethil?
Go back in your
Like,
room.
I want one, and I want a plushie of it.
Stop it.
They're hurting me.
Stop resisting.
Katie,
Stop
stop.
hurting.
You're hurting yourself.
Let me go.
Come on.
I don't think
Oh
you
my
want them to
God,
let
I
go
was
when you're at the top of the
Come
stairs.
on. Come on.
I was sleeping. Why?
Come on.
Why do I have to go?
Because we told you you're under arrest. You had a warrant, okay?
I
Come on.
never let me go.
Come on, Katie.
You're hurting me.
Come on.
You're hurting me.
Stop moving around.
You're hurting me.
Okay, we'll loosen up the cuffs
No,
when we get over
please
here.
stop hurting me.
Okay, come on. Come on.
My daughter
job.
died.
Good job, Katie.
She-
Oh, here we
my
go with the pity
daughter
party.
is dead, and she's only 18. You. Yeah, go on, right. Take where
Hey.
you want.
Yep, stop.
F you. You, I did nothing. Ow.
Katie, stop.
Ow.
Stop moving around.
hurting me.
Stop
You're
moving.
hurting yourself by
No,
pulling
you're
away.
hurting me.
Step into the car and it won't.
Okay, I don't like the you're hurting yourself thing. That always pisses me off.
Ow. 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 Yeah, you guys don't even care for her, do you? Yeah, you.
I don't agree with pain compliance being allowed because it's literally just mild torture,
Oh, really, really.
which
Oh,
I do
I
not
heard
think should be an acceptable police practice.
Oh my God.
Katie, listen to me. Katie,
I don't think you two are having like a very different conversation on the side.
Try my face.
Katie,
No, you. He hurt my face.
do you need an ambulance?
Yeah, I do. I need
Okay.
an ambulance right now. I want an ambulance.
Great.
No. He.
We'll get you an ambulance, okay?
No.
Ambulances must
No.
absolutely love when they get called for
No.
things like this
No.
because they know that it's like
That's what I need an
just a
ambulance.
huge time waste,
No, I need my blood.
and they're
my
gonna get
face
to
is
deal with
bleeding.
like not the nicest
No,
people.
I need an ambulance.
Shortly after, she was taken to the police department.
Need caffeine.
Yeah, what do you think?
You want an ambulance?
Yeah, I need an ambulance a long time ago. No, you. My face. You know what? You.
Where
Not seeing any blood on your face, ma'am.
you hurt?
Leave me alone.
You want
You know, you don't care about me.
No, we do.
No, you don't. You. Off. Off. No, you know what you means? Okay,
And
I'm
my
not
phone's
saying
alive
that.
again. I
I'm
left it
saying-
on when I fell asleep
Off.
last night, so the battery was
My
dead.
face is bleeding.
It was
What
on
do you
2% when the
care?
alarm
You
went off.
stupid. No, you.
Okay, because from what I understand,
Yes.
no,
Yes.
I got to make sure that you're going.
Yes. I'm cooperative.
But this is not being
Yes,
cooperative by
I
yelling
am.
at me.
Oh, no, I'm not being cooperative. Oh my God, what do you want from me? Okay,
I want to make sure that
let me be a. No, I'm telling you, I'm cooperative.
Ooh, very creepy story out of Toronto.
Just take me away, please. Okay, well, let me sit back here and cry for my mommy. My mommy's not gonna show up, though. Nobody's ever shown up for me. Nobody's ever cared for me. Are you
All right.
seriously?
you know what,
Seriously?
just take her up there. I'm not doing that.
I'm trying
Yep.
to be cooperative.
Over
What do
it.
you want from me?
I want you to stop and talk to me like a person, or you're not doing that. Okay?
I'm a human being.
Yeah, but you're an adult juvenile.
You just what? Are you just
There's a
piece of
phrase.
shit and lost your. You know what? Just whatever. Take me wherever you need to do. Whatever.
Still keeping an
I don't
eye
care.
on the
I
court
don't care.
feed. Nothing has changed.
Are you
No, leave me alone. I don't care.
Are you injured?
Yeah, I'm injured.
Where?
There's
Why-
not been
why-
any kind of
why-
announcement or
was you there?
anything.
Just take me away. Whatever you gotta do, just do it. Just do it.
So we'll just-
do it.
We'll chill with
Just-
some body
just-
cams
just
until it
do it.
starts.
You want to be evaluated by us?
Why you don't care? What a joke. What a joke.
Why are you doing that?
Of course.
Why do you care?
Good old banging your head.
Do what
That's
you
my
need.
phone
Just
being
take me to the
loud. Why is my
hospital. Take me
volume
to
up?
the
You're not going to go to the hospital if you do that, all right? Okay? You're not going to do
My
that.
arm's hurt. You guys are
Well, your arm
hurting
hurts
me.
because
You're
I'm holding
hurting
you.
me. You're hurting me.
I'm stopping you from hurting them.
I know my daughter died. Seriously? Seriously?
We'll take her. Are you guys good to take her to the
Just take me to the hospital. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Katie,
I'm not myself.
I
I'm not
understand.
myself at all.
I
I'm so
understand.
sorry. I'm
That's
so
okay.
sorry.
we're gonna get you up to the hospital, okay?
Oh my God.
You're what?
My daughter. My daughter.
I understand. That must be very hard.
I know. Just let me go.
Katie,
Let me. Somebody just give me a hug. I'm sorry.
The female continued to cry and apologized to the officers.
I just want to go home.
I understand. But we gotta take you to the hospital, okay? This is what you asked for. You wanted an ambulance here, right? Yeah. So this is what you
Yeah, I
wanted.
need help.
Okay. Well, the hospital can help you. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm so
Okay, Katie.
sorry.
It's okay. Just keep breathing, okay? Take deep breaths.
I just miss you.
I bet you do.
It just
They're being
happened.
extremely
It
nice
just
to her.
happened.
No, he doesn't care about
Katie,
me.
wait, hold on. Didn't he let you stay at his apartment?
Hello, I'd hate to live there.
Yeah, but that's caring, right?
No, it's not curing.
Yeah, I think it is.
No, it's not.
I mean, to me, if I let my mom stay there, I care for her, right?
No. It's not the same. It's not the same.
I think he does care
It's
about
not
you.
the same.
Okay.
Okay, this is going on.
She's a
Get your blanket, okay?
I'm sorry. All right, there's a bathroom here, Katie. If you need to go to the bathroom, you can just.
I just want to go home.
Okay,
I
can you-
just wanna
He's
go
gonna get you a
home.
blanket. If you need to go to the bathroom, we can
I
close that window for
wanna
you,
go
okay?
home.
Here you go, Katie. Here's your blanket.
Katie, there's a blanket for you, okay?
There you go.
I will say, for a jail, at least this one looks pretty nice.
And
At
then you
least
heard me
it's
about the
definitely
window, right? If
clean.
you have to go to the bathroom, just let us know. Katie? You gotta come out with me, okay? We're gonna get you going. We're gonna have to do some fingerprints, photographs, and then we're gonna take you up to county, okay?
No, I'm going home.
Okay, can you come out with me? We're gonna do some
No,
fingerprints.
no. I need somebody to come pick me up.
Okay, well, right now.
That's
we're
not
gonna-
how this
Wait,
works.
wait. Yeah, he's gonna. No, I'm not going nowhere.
You're gonna go to.
No.
Where are we? I'm
no,
trying to read.
no,
We're in
no,
Crystal Lake.
No, I am.
I've looked that up a
everybody
few
has
times. There's a
phone
few of
call.
them.
You want a phone call?
Yeah, hello.
You are.
No,
so
I
you,
know I'm not.
I've not forgotten about the map of
I
crazy.
know, I need a phone call.
I'm behind on updating it, but
Okay.
Don't even act. No.
it will happen.
Oh, I'm an adult. No, I need a phone call.
Okay. You can call anyone you'd like besides the son that you were just involved with the domestic incident.
Seriously, yeah, no,
yeah.
No, he does not want to speak with you. He called us because he could not handle you tonight. Okay.
oh my God, one person.
Okay, but look at the way you're acting.
One person can do a lot of damage, ma'am.
Acting. Give me a phone call.
The female continued to act agitated and disobey the officers.
You're, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Then why are you acting like one?
I'm not.
Hey,
I'm just.
Katie.
I'm being real.
Yeah, you're acting like a.
Katie?
Katie, enough. Are you gonna act like an adult, walk out, and make a phone call? Yes or no?
Yeah,
Yes or no?
I'll try. I have done that a few times.
You want
Sometimes
to
it
make a phone call,
works.
right?
Sometimes I
Don't talk
wonder
to me
what
like
is
I'm
very, very
stupid.
wrong with
I
Google.
just said that.
Then let's go make a phone call.
Anybody know how Google Image started, or why it started? What was the one image that
All right, then we'll take you out.
gave them the idea and they started Google Image for?
Ma'am,
What? No.
Anybody in the
What are you
chat
talking
know?
about?
ma'am, all we're trying to do is to do some processing, fingerprints and photos real quick, and it'll be
No,
much
you're
quicker.
not doing like fingerprints on me.
If you get
Literally,
uncooperative
like, hiding.
with these guys at all, it's over. Off the table deal, you're going straight to county.
All right.
You understand?
Yep.
Okay.
What do I do now?
Yeah, go ahead. If we're gonna transport her
Don't touch me. Don't
We're county.
touch me.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm gonna guess the guy with the gold patches is the
Stand up. Let's go.
captain.
Go. Come on. Katie, stand up. An adult.
Nope. Not
Tell her
good.
behind the back. We did
Yeah,
already.
he goes here.
Why someone would not let me do this? He would not let this happen to me.
You already told my officer that he wasn't gonna come and find you out.
There you go.
All right, stand up.
But you look
Some
like-
places with the domestic violence charge, the person involved cannot bail out the other person because
My daughter's
Stand up.
reasons.
No,
Katie, stand up.
Stand up.
no,
Katie, stand
no,
up.
no. Let me go. No. You, I am too walking like an adult.
I think after this we may
You're not acting like one.
My daughter.
watch some Magical.
Wait. Oh, wait. Oh,
I'm behind on my Magical watching and that is just not acceptable. It's been too long since I heard moo.
Yeah, we
All
were
of the
talking
moo.
about it a bunch of times.
I need to get like a stuffed Radical. I used to have a stuffed cow somewhere. I have no idea where it is, but
Care though.
Let me look at the seat.
find it and
You know what? If you
have it
act
for
like a
Radical
decent human
videos.
being, maybe I would care. But since you're being such
I don't know how to.
well, that's your problem.
I'm
Then.
I don't know how I'm supposed to do.
You're supposed to cooperate with us.
Should I go call County? Or-
No, we'll have CCON notify. Go ahead.
I'm gonna look at my.
Go ahead and grab your. Go ahead and.
Grab my.
Oh, I'm sorry, I lost my daughter for fentanyl and heroin. Why is that my fault? My daughter's dead.
Nobody said it's your fault,
All right,
lady.
you guys don't care. Oh,
It's
no, we're
Illinois.
supposed to
Thank you,
protect it.
Damien.
Protect who?
That's awesome.
Really?
Let me find one of my
My daughter's dead.
Yep.
Oh,
current
you guys
list,
really-
and Illinois is
you
on
really-
it, so that's one for
Wow,
Illinois.
You guys are sad human beings. Sad human beings. Yeah, you want to
You're a little right the second time, Sethale. The first Google image that started Google Images was Jennifer Lopez in a blue and green, very sheer dress that went viral, and everyone wanted to know what the dress was and where it came from.
You don't
That's
care.
why they started Google image search.
Really, you don't care. You don't care if I'm okay. Just leave me off. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. No, you don't.
I want to
give
say
a-
it was a Versace
I'm
dress.
okay. So just leave me off. Seriously. Gonna hit me again? Gonna slam on the brakes again? Hit me in the head?
You know, it's bad that every time I think about
Oh, no,
Versace,
don't
I think
pretend
of
like you don't
the
know what
way
I'm
the
talking
name gets
about.
butchered
Wanna
in
go
Showgirls.
home?
And I haven't even
Oh,
seen
yeah,
that
yeah.
movie.
What? Okay, great.
Yes.
Great.
Yep.
We're in jail
The one with
now.
the
Great. Kid,
very deep
what little
décolletage.
nose. What do you want from me?
Want to make sure you can hear me?
No, I'm not okay. No, I'm not. Oh, right. You don't care.
There's
if I'm
still been
okay,
absolutely
of
no
course not.
movement in the court. They're still staring at the
Yes,
ceiling. Something is banging on my balcony
Shut the up. God, I can't even
or
my
nearby.
own nose. Can you please wait? What? Oh my God, let me look.
Shouldn't be anyone doing anything.
Why can't
Yes,
I blow my
Versace.
nose?
Yes.
The female had a previous warrant and was charged with
I
resisting
know,
arrest
and
and
I've
domestic
never
dispute.
seen that movie, but I've seen
YouTube
so
thinks
many
you'll
videos
love the
making
video on
fun of
screen.
that movie.
Click to watch now.
But like I know what goes on in it. You know, because it's an infamous like movie failure. I still can't believe. No, it's not pigeons. I mean, the pigeons are doing that because I've heard them, but no, it's too big to be pigeons. Okay, Radical time.
Oh my God.
Your radiator's
What
not.
movie? Showgirls.
Oh, say
Oh,
it ain't
this
so.
lady!
Shakira Flabbergasted has returned?
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
That's
yes,
funny, Greg.
I had this queued up to watch. I have this on my bookmarks. Yeah, because I remembered her. This lady is a trip and a half. And we've seen her before. She is a returning guest who this time has gotten in a fender bender. Yes, this movie, it was notoriously at the time the highest paid script in Hollywood. I want to say it sold for $2 million, which at the time was the most ever paid for a screenplay. It was directed by Paul Verhoeven and starring Jessie from Saved by the Bell, trying to get away from her good girl childlike image with ridiculous amounts of nudity. It's the scariest movie. Why? Are you afraid of boobs? Or bad choreography?
Play for me.
Well, la di frigging da.
Or just really, 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 really cringy dialogue?
Marshfield 2015 Honda Civic.
Can already hear her.
Why are you? Get away from me! I'm
Who's involved in the accident?
From what I gathered is her. She rear-ended him because he was sitting on a light that was green, and then I'm trying to talk to and just calm her down, and she's like, "Officer, I have to go.
You can't leave yet.
Once
This
again,
lady's
she has
always
to
in a
go.
hurry, yeah.
Because reasons, I'm just left wondering if she has any
Have to
other
watch the
settings
whole
besides
thing?
whining and screaming.
Isn't it like 2.5 hours long?
Don't leave.
I'm in the middle of an order. I have food in my car. I have food in my car.
You need to calm down.
Food in my car.
Ma'am,
Okay,
you need to
lady.
calm down.
Food in my car.
Stand over here.
Leave me alone. Frank, you need to get here. You need to get here.
You can go.
Some people just cannot handle anything.
These cops are pissing me the fuck off.
I mean,
Well,
I have
are you sure they are
situations
pissing
I
you
cannot
off and
handle.
You're not in a constant state of
but-
madness? Because, holy hell, lady, calm
This
the
is
fuck
not one of
down.
them.
What the hell is wrong with you? You weirdo.
There are reasons I don't drive, though.
Kayla, you're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere.
No.
All right, Kayla, you're going to need a ticket.
Yeah,
You're gonna
I was gonna say, if I'm the cop, I'm putting her in the back of the car. She's being too
Well,
erratic.
I wouldn't call it running exactly.
She's running
It's
all over the
mostly
place.
pacing back and
She's
forth
yelling,
like a
screaming,
weirdo.
like-
Case and point.
Oh. Okay, the courtroom feed just went black.
He wouldn't. There was a green light.
There's accident.
Why
This
did you
lady's
go
voice
around it?
has to
Did
be,
you see
like,
the size of the truck and the
painful.
size of your car? How was that gonna
Oh,
work?
feed's
Not
back.
to mention hit a run. That's
Whether
a
that means
serious
we're
offense.
starting or they just
Why are
lost
you yelling?
transmission for a
Why are
second,
you
I don't know.
freaking out?
Because I'm in the middle of work. Please, I have to go to work.
Yep.
Apparently
That's
she's
the video
always
we saw
working
her
and getting
before.
involved with the police while working. Thanks for that edit there, Lens of Law. Making you. the
Oh,
good
I know,
workmanship.
right?
Okay, well, you're not going
Like,
anywhere.
lady must have been an opera singer or something, because she can shriek.
Keep running around.
Like,
Sit down.
Jesus, I couldn't
Get here now. These
I
cops
couldn't
are-
hit those pitches like that when I was a
We're
kid.
trying to gather information so we
One of my
can get
cousins
you out
could.
of
She
here.
could shriek like a banshee.
My car is.
Even as an adult, she could still do it.
Kayla.
Are you saying
Kayla,
it's
no.
gonna start?
No.
She's had that really high piercing scream all her life.
Can you start it? No, please don't be. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, lady, no, you're on the traffic side. Let's get back on the sidewalk, please.
Well, holy hell, it just keeps getting better, isn't it? Here we have a grown-ass woman having a toddler temper tantrum by sitting on the ground, so she's harder to
Yes.
move. Now that is impressive. For all...
But I'd be
childish
getting her
reasons.
away from the
What's
traffic
next? La, la,
side.
la, fingers and ears?
The cops are trying to arrest me.
Kayla, we're not here to arrest you.
Okay, the turtle got me.
Is that her boyfriend she called the police on? Mr. Man, are you still with this noisemaker? Good thing there's no door for you to bust through this time, huh?
The fuck are you doing?
Still hilarious how he busts through the door with all the bravado and then actually scared himself. Or maybe he got startled by the screaming banshee over there, which in all likelihood is quite possible. I know, officer. I
It
know what
always
you're
amazes
thinking.
me that
We're
people
all
like this
thinking
are
it.
in relationships.
Please, no. Get here now.
It's like,
please.
how am I single?
Get here now.
When I would never in a million years act like this.
Could be solved very
Stop.
Like, this is nothing, lady. It's a ticket. It's a fender bender. Just deal with it. Give them your insurance. Give them your name.
Get out of the
And they will let you
Get
go.
out of the street.
This is not a big deal. Appropriate.
Kayla, settle down.
Yeah, like, it's got to be like days like this. The cops are like, yeah, should have got some earplugs.
I can't quite put my finger on it, but I have this vague feeling she's a bit of a drama queen. I guess she really puts the flute in dick flute.
Tragically
Let's
true.
just gather up the information and get out of here.
I've been trying to think of how to say, like, you know, where's the crazy good in bed line, do we think?
Kayla,
Because there's always crossover.
Please, can you see if it starts for me?
No, they can't. They can't start your car.
Do that. Kayla, it's okay. It's okay. Is it leaking anything?
Oh, now that you ask, officer, I think my ears are bleeding. Everyone's ears are bleeding, and my horns kind of amplify the noise. So, am I in danger here? As a matter of fact, I'd like to register a noise complaint.
I'm sure that business is real happy
Wow.
right now that there's
She's
a
actually
screaming
managed to
lady
produce an
outside.
echo.
Hey, Kayla, do you have insurance?
I'm taking that as a no. She does not.
This car is perfectly fucking fine, though.
Kayla, it's okay.
Oh my god.
It's okay. Kayla,
Oh my god.
Well, you could start by dialing it down to less than 5,000.
No, it doesn't matter. My car is
I know, right?
My car is
it looks drivable, Kayla.
Can you
Like-
shut the fuck up?
Like, literally, even when I was like
Like
3, I
outside is,
could not hit the
a no
pitch this
there,
lady
Bob,
speaks
of the
in.
House of Sponge.
Stop. Why are you laughing?
I'm not.
Mom, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna fucking myself. I'm done. I'm done. This is insane.
Kayla,
Yeah, okay.
Lady,
it's not
calm
fun
the hell down.
Making fun about suicide. So as Bob just said, shut the fuck up. Right? Lovely.
your radiator's fine.
Hey now, you calm the fuck down. This is not a back and forth. You shut your bloody mouth now, you stupid noisemaker. Now this, right here, is the reason duct tape has been invented.
Yourself.
Your radiator's fine. I'm gonna get a picture quick and I'm gonna get you out of here. Are you okay? Are you
Like,
okay?
I feel very bad for the other person that she hit, who's been sitting there this whole
Your
time,
radiator's not-
just having to
Why
wait
can't
while the
this
cops
woman
deal
take
with
her
her
own
crazy.
You should be able to drive it. But you're not leaving. Do we have another unit coming? Yeah, I got someone. I asked for one. I don't know who's coming down.
Fine!
Oh, yes, well, that might or might
That
not
doesn't
be
mean the car in
actual
front of you is
situation
moving.
going on
You don't
here,
get
but
to
was
go
there
just
maybe
'cause
a
it's
truck in front
green.
of
You
your
have to
car
wait for it to
kinda
be
negates
clear.
the whole situation of a light being green, you know? Maybe she's stupid. I mean, there must be a reason for this behavior. Hey, Shakir, Kayla. You know who else is flabbergasted? Everyone watching this bloody video, you silly woman, you.
Yep.
We just gotta get some pictures.
No. No.
Well, why not?
Well,
Just let me
no
act like
damage
more of a
to the
child and
engine,
make this
right?
take
There's no damage
longer.
here.
Yeah, I know. Great. Funny. Great. Get away from me.
This is how an accident is.
Stop. Don't talk to me.
Why are you
Don't
freaking out?
talk to me.
Like,
So-
she's literally
so
just
you
doing the
guys
little
think
kid thing of,
this
I can't hear
behavior
you,
is
I
gonna
can't
work?
hear
Maybe the police will go
you.
away, you know?
Why are you freaking
And
out?
I'll just ignore it until it goes away thing. Like,
Really
when
bad.
kids put a blanket over their head and go, I'm invisible, you can't see me.
I can't fix this. I can't fix this.
Yeah, she said
Well,
she's
maybe you
work,
should
she's
scream at it
delivering
some
like
more.
food,
Pretty
so
sure
she
the
works
car's
for
gonna
one of
say,
the
"Well, holy hell,
places.
lady,
But
this
yeah,
is, let me fix myself real quick. I mean, that is the end of that sentence. Well, how do you function? Just imagine this woman showing up at the door with the bloody food you ordered. How's that gonna work? She's gonna scream at you?
Kayla,
I can't fix this.
okay.
okay, that is a later problem.
Kayla, get out of the street.
No.
Get out of the road.
Yes, get out of the road.
Whoa.
Lady, get out of the road.
I know, right?
I'm not gonna leave.
Get the fuck out of my face.
If you keep yelling,
Leave me alone.
listen. If you keep yelling,
I
I'm
don't
gonna hang up.
care. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Lady, just fill out the paperwork and they will leave you alone.
Pretty simple accident investigation.
Yeah, like this is so much nothing, and like she could have been out of here several minutes ago.
I'm not gonna go on the road.
This is insane. This is insane. I can't
No,
fix
you're
this.
insane. The only thing insane here is you and your complete antics.
Fucking pricks.
You know what I've been wondering this entire time? Where's the crowd? I mean, this banshee has been screaming so loud, it's actually echoing throughout the streets of maybe the entire city. So where is everyone? Come rain, come sunshine, come see the banshee that screams for reasons. Not very good reasons, but, well, no reasons at all. So, once again, how do you function?
You get pictures, Chris?
There may be echo for a minute.
What you need for an accident report? Yeah, we have what we need from the
I'm gonna just
gentleman.
update
Okay.
the
What happened?
title on YouTube because we're all just hanging out. Trial has not started. At this point, they've got to be getting close to saying we'll start after lunch. We have no update on what's going on.
GPS says, "Boom, take a left turn."
Okay. Officer Berg will create accident report. You want the case number?
Yourself.
Okay. You have her current information? Do you have insurance?
I'm not giving you anything.
Do you have insurance?
I'm not giving you anything.
All right. Well, we'll just
yeah.
for no proof of insurance.
There you go.
I don't care.
That's fine.
I'm guessing she doesn't have
I'll
insurance.
explain it to you. I'm not going to sit here and debate with you.
Alright, let's just
No.
grab this. I'll fix that in a second. There we go.
You told me. You just told me.
Alright, now I can see the
And you. That's what you told us.
court
You have insurance. You were involved in
feed.
You need to provide insurance.
I don't.
They still have no idea what's
Then who is it, Caleb?
I don't know.
going on.
Would you like to give it to us at some point? You want to tell us what happened?
The light was in green,
Just,
and my
you
tires
don't
are
have to
full,
you
and
don't-
I slid into his truck.
Okay, so you admit it's your fault because your tires
So you
didn't
got
have
bald
enough
tires, huh?
traction.
Driving in the rain. Well done, Shakayla. You stupid dick flute.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, that's more of an explanation than I got. Your tires are bald?
That's what Cheryl told me
Okay. When was that?
the other day.
Can you come off the road?
No, I want to get hit by a car.
Why? Why? It's an accident.
Okay, really? If I'm the cops, I would have put her in a car like so
really am, but they are your problem.
much. Like, she would have been in a car like right from the beginning because I would not be dealing with this running around and whatever. You can scream in the back seat as long as you want when you want to act like a grown up. I will talk to you. Until then,
I don't.
Good luck.
An insurance card. My insurance is through a different state.
Through what?
still valid.
Okay. You can call Officer Berg tomorrow and let him know who your insurance is.
No.
Okay. Well, then you will be cited for that.
That's fine.
Okay.
I don't care.
All right.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't have insurance.
Well, you know, we're making jokes that she is Shakira flabbergasted. I guess everyone else involved is now also flabbergasted at her behavior. This is not the car you're looking for, officer.
I can take care of all the crash reports stuff. It doesn't matter. I don't know. So she rear-ended the car. Yeah. So that ticket and then no insurance. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Easy enough. My goodness.
Well, yeah, that sums up the video right there, officer. She has the literal maturity of a temper tantrum throwing toddler, which earned her a charge of disorderly conduct. Imagine having to live with that. Bye-bye.
It doesn't mean you get to hit somebody. God, this people like that. Just no. All of the no. Just for completion's sake. And because YouTube are pains in the ass. Right? Moo! All of the moo. Alright, I don't think we know where that one was, but I have the original somewhere. Alright, let's go one more since we are still waiting for court. Absolutely nothing has happened. There's been no update and no announcements. She was. No, that was the previous video where her boyfriend got tasered thinking that she was being attacked in the hallway or something, so he charged at the cops. I do think they were overly aggressive with that. Let's go with this one. I'm picking at random. Oh, this is from Unpopular. See, I lost all my subs to all the body cam channels. I got to go through probably tomorrow and try to get them all back if I can remember who all of them are. This is why I'm glad I have bookmarks, because I can just go through the bookmarks and be like, oh yeah, sub to that channel, sub to that channel, sub to that channel, sub to that channel. Yeah, that would probably help. But for now, we have mom locks kids in hot car to go shopping at Walmart. Why is it always Walmart?
Can you just please be patient with me? They
Okay,
can't take
that's
my
not-
children.
Okay,
I
well-
can't get up, please.
Hey.
Please take off the cuff, please.
Your children could have died.
On September 6, 2023, officers responded to a report of a mother that left her 3-year-old and 6-year-old in a hot car outside Walmart.
Okay.
Do not understand these people.
Get your license on you. And this is not a matter of you're not going to give it to me. It's either you're going to give it to me or I'm going to put you in handcuffs. And right now I have enough to arrest you for child abuse. Okay?
Yep.
Let's not get there. Okay?
I'm going to turn this down a little because it's blowing out my ears.
Okay? Because you're going to obstruct my investigation.
That does
So I
not,
need your license
like, if that's a car engine,
for my investigation.
that sounds really bad.
This child abuse. You cannot leave children. I'm standing here right now. We're standing here talking, and it's hot. They're in a car, 2 children, one strapped in a restraint seat. It does not matter. It does not matter. We're past that.
All I'm saying is,
Okay, here's the reason. Are you going to give me your license? Yes or no?
I need to.
Are you going to give me your license? Yes or no?
I'm just asking what is it for?
No. I already told you. Are you going to give me your license? Yes or no?
I need to tell me
You're
what
going
it's
to make the decision whether or not these handcuffs go on you right now. And it is as simple as a yes or a no. Yes, we continue the investigation. You can stay in here and we can talk. No, you're going into handcuffs right now. Other cruisers are coming here. We're going to place you in the back of those cruisers and we'll conduct our investigation that way. Yes or no? That's all I want to hear come out of your mouth right now. We don't need to do this in front of the kids.
Good for them for remembering there are kids there and, you know, they don't need to see certain things. No, I suspect the kids may be smarter than the mother in this case.
Keep the window down right now. Okay, that's fine.
You still can't leave kids in a car by themselves. Like, I always want to be to these people. Like, what if you came out and your car is gone with the kids in it? What are you going to do? Like, are you going to call the police and say somebody just kidnapped my 2 kids that I left in the car while I went shopping?
Ready? That's now my second time saying it.
What's going to happen from this point?
We're going to investigate right now. Okay? You're making this more difficult than it needs to be. You left children in a car.
But I just want to know where we're going with this. I think that's my right to know what's going to
Absolutely.
happen.
We're investigating a child abuse. And I start my investigation. I'm going to talk to you.
He's answering you.
Things about this. And I start that by identifying who I'm speaking with. I'm not going to sit here and talk to somebody who I have no idea who they are.
I just want to know what are the next steps. What is the
You're going to give me your ID.
Yeah.
That's the next step. You are going to give me your ID.
What is the next step? Sir,
Lady, give him your ID.
No, please.
Yes.
I'm not going, please.
Well, you're not.
Stop. Okay, are you going to give me your ID?
All I'm asking is questions.
Okay, and he's telling you give him your ID,
Yes,
and then we'll see where we're going.
But I just want to know what are the next steps. Like, I feel like you're not explaining to me what's going on.
The next step is you're going to give me your ID.
Can I step over here?
The next step is you're going to give me your
Okay,
ID.
I just want to step
No,
over here.
give me your ID.
I'm gonna get them. No, please. No.
Stop resisting. We're going to make this worse.
Please.
Let go.
Let go of the purse. No.
Let go of the purse.
No.
Like, what did you think was going to happen, lady?
I was just asking you a question, please.
Let go of the purse. Let go of the purse.
It doesn't have to be like this.
You're right, it doesn't.
No.
Yes, but you made it like this by not listening.
You got. Let go of the purse right now.
You're going to get yourself a felony. Let go of your hand. Stop resisting.
Let go.
Let go of your hand.
Let go.
Let go of your hand.
Do it. 31 Charlie, we're 10-4, 10-15.
No, let go of the purse. We'll talk about it afterwards. Just let go of the purse. Let go of the purse.
Oh, but they're like perfectly in sync because they all know what they're doing.
All right, we'll just cut it. We'll just cut it. No, it's good. We're good. We're good. Get her in the car and then
No,
we'll
no,
talk.
no, 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 I can't.
Watch your leg. Watch your leg.
Stand up. Can you just please?
We're gonna help you stand up.
Can you just please be patient with me?
We're trying.
They are trying to be.
Stand up.
They asked you about half a dozen times for your ID. You weren't getting it.
So we're gonna go back towards me and up at the same time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. I didn't see the leg first.
No, please.
Okay. Listen now.
They can't take my children.
Okay,
please.
I've tried working on this already.
No.
I've tried working. We're going to sit you in a car for now, and then we're going to talk to you about it.
They can't take my kids. They can't.
We're going to talk to you about it.
No.
I've tried.
The ID is there.
I know. I've tried.
No. Please, like, come on, like.
Yeah, now you want to give them your ID.
I know, but we tried.
They can't take. No.
I tried.
No.
You're going to protect yourself. You have to charge them, and you don't relax and just cooperate with this. You understand?
All I was asking was questions.
I answered your question. Did I not? Yep. All right.
I'm gonna help you walk, man. I'm gonna help you walk.
We're going to go this way.
I will bring you to the car if you walk.
Okay, can someone pick up my things?
We will.
Okay, you guys, I cannot walk with this.
How did you make it into the store and back out?
Yeah, you went shopping. You could walk enough to do
I
that.
have a berets. Can you please let me go?
We'll have a wheelchair. We're gonna help her walk.
The car.
Here, you want to?
Yep.
One of you take her.
We're going to move the car right.
Everybody stay there?
They're going to stay there. We're going to talk to you just like I was talking to you before, right? You understand why you're in handcuffs now, right? And did I not answer that question twice? It's all on camera.
Does she have a friend with her?
Did I or did I not answer your question twice?
I just wanted to know what the steps were.
I explained it to you. I said we are doing an investigation for child abuse. We left 2 children, one that was restrained, physically restrained, in that vehicle that was not running, no AC. Do you understand that?
I still can't walk.
Okay, we're here to help.
Can you take
We have
off the
all of
cuffs?
your weight. What do you need?
Can you take off the cuffs?
No. Take off the cuff? I can't do that right now. That's a medical question. You can't touch that. Okay, now you take her.
Trying to catch where we are.
Okay,
Are you
what about
standing
one thing? Can I ask
Yes.
one thing? You're putting me in this car just to talk to me, right? We want you to leave?
You're detained for this investigation, so yes, you're going in the car.
Okay, I'm just asking, are we gonna leave the premises?
I don't know yet. Can't guarantee. Not right now. We're just right now. We're doing a complete investigation.
We're going to leave the premises.
We don't have an answer for that right now. We'll give you all the answers after we complete our investigation.
I won't be able to sit with the cuffs on. I keep
You have
telling
to be in handcuffs.
But I can't. I have to
So-
bend my brace.
Turn this way and I will bend your brace.
Please take off the cuffs.
I
please,
cannot
please.
take you out of handcuffs,
Please, I
okay?
can't.
You are able to drive here, right? What you need to do is you need to turn around and put your
Okay, I'm falling. I'm falling. Please. I'm falling.
Stand up on your leg.
I'm falling this way. I can't.
I'm holding you up.
I'm sorry. Yes,
She drove here, right? She got in and out of her car, right? Okay.
Let's focus on this right now. I got you. You got to take care of her.
I'm going to help you as best as I can. So I need you to turn around and put
Yeah,
your
I think she was
back
with
here.
a
Sit
friend.
down. I have your back.
How is the friend okay with leaving the kids in the car?
I can't do that. Let me.
Because
bend
if I'm
my-
with somebody and they try to do that, I'm not having it.
And then I'm falling again. I can't do this without using my hands. I'm telling you.
So, all right, go ahead. We'll go ahead and we'll just have her sit in that thing. That's fine. Okay.
But
Stand up one more time.
I can't get up. I can't get up. No, please. Oh,
Are you
I
comfortable?
can't get up, please.
Hey.
Please take off the cuff, please.
Hey, do me a favor.
I'm not gonna leave. I'm not gonna do
You're not
anything.
going anywhere.
I'm not gonna do anything. Please.
Do not resist again,
I
okay?
won't. I won't.
This is what we're gonna have you do. We're gonna have you stand up right here in this doorway. Okay? Get comfortable. If you need to lean back, do so. Okay? All right. Okay. Now just get comfortable, relax. Okay?
Okay, I can just
All right. Your ID's in your purse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to take that now and identify you. Okay? Do you understand why you were just being detained? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. You left 2 children in a car that was not running. One, again, was restrained in a child seat. Doesn't matter for how long. It was long enough for somebody to call in. Okay? The children couldn't even open the car door on their own. Then, when you come outside... you're
Yeah, I
insisting
feel you,
that
and
you're going
I'm
and you're insisting that you're not going to give me your
starving.
ID or identify yourself.
I just.
And this is after I've just explained exactly what I just explained to you now. So now what we're going to do is we're going to continue our investigation just like I said we would. And these officers are going to do that. Do you understand that? Okay. Thank you.
Can the
Okay.
kids please stay here?
You can stay here for right now. I got some, like he was saying, I got to do an investigation, okay?
Are you okay with me? I'm going to make sure again. I'm going to grab your ID out of your purse.
Can you give me my wallet to give it to you?
Sure.
What's your first name?
Maya Kobo. NYA
N-Y-A
KO
K-O
BO
B-O, middle initial.
K.
Ma'am, your kids are still here, okay? Again, so we're going to do what we need to do and then figure everything out.
Somebody with the kids?
Okay. What's up?
Because by now they're going to be freaking out. Kids know when something's up.
What?
See that
Well,
blood?
That was an accident.
No,
I
it
promise.
was not. No, it was not. I was telling you that you were squeezing my finger, and that is from you. Okay?
But do you see my hand? So I
So-
couldn't walk though. I couldn't get up.
That was when you were over here, still standing and refused to let go of your purse.
Yep.
Okay? When a law enforcement officer gives you instructions, you have to follow it, especially when you're detained. All right? So right now, this is one of my options. If I don't get cooperation, I'm just going to get you for battery on a law enforcement officer.
Fair play, Nom.
Battery on a law enforcement officer. Okay? So please make sure that we get full cooperation. Understand? So what time do you think you got here? I see you're wearing a watch. Did you check the time or anything when you got here? What time do you think?
Probably still 2, right? Probably like 2.
Still no word on what's going on with the court. Everybody is asking.
Yeah, 2:20ish that time.
Nobody knows.
Okay. Were you in the
There's-
health center or were you in the?
There's definitely something going on.
I was in the store. I
Oh,
went to get water.
I think we may have started. Okay, my stream was a little behind for a second. I think we may have actually started. Okay, yes, we did. Okay, we're jumping in. Okay, everybody wake up. We're about 3 minutes behind. Don't worry about it. Who is this guy?
Have a seat talking to the microphone. Thank you.
Okay, everybody wake up.
Good morning, sir.
Who is this?
Can you please tell the jury your full name?
It's Paul Peter Pesh Jr.
Okay, so not Del Reed.
I've always been referred to as PJ Pesh.
Who is this
So,
guy?
Pesh, what do you do for a living?
I direct and write movies and television.
How long have you been in the business of directing and writing movies and television?
35 years.
Can you give the jury a background on your movies that you've directed and kind of a biographical sketch?
Sure. I attended Columbia University and studied under Martin Scorsese and did a short film that traveled around the world. I wound up getting a deal at Paramount in 1990. I directed
No, this is
a
not the
film
father.
for Roger Corman in 1991 that I wrote and directed. In 1995, I directed a Western with Sam Elliott that we actually shot at Bonanza Creek Ranch. That was also rather lower budgeted, short schedule. I've directed 6 feature films and close to 100 hours of television. I've created television shows.
So what's his connection
written and
to
sold
Rust? Because he didn't write it.
movie scripts.
Did he?
I've worked for Paramount, Warner Brothers, HBO, Universal, Fox.
So everyone you've ever heard of.
That's a really good background, and I just want to ask you with regard to the Western on Bonanza Creek. That's also the site of where
Heard of
Rust
that.
was found. Is that right?
That's what I understand.
Well, Mr. Pesh, it sounds like you have experience also with movies involving firearms.
Yes. Many of the television shows and I think 4 or 5 of the 6 films, 2 of them were Westerns. One of them was one of the Sniper series with Tom Berenger. One of them was Smokin' Aces, which had a considerable amount of gunfire.
In your work on the movies involving gunfire, have you had the occasion to work with armorers and prop masters?
I have.
And actually, in all of the movies you've done, I'm certain you've worked with prop masters.
Yes.
Okay, sir. And with regard to those movies that you've directed in television, have you worked with directors, first assistant directors, and understood people's roles on the set?
I have.
With regard to armorers, have you ever worked on a prior film in which an armorer had split duties as an armorer and a props?
I have not.
Is this the expert that they wanted in and the court originally said no? Is that why they were fighting behind the scenes for like 2 hours this morning?
This situation where there is a gun-heavy set, I will represent to you. Would you think, in your experience and what you've seen, it would be advisable to have a part-time armorer doing 2 jobs?
I would say that would be highly inadvisable.
Whose responsibility is it to properly staff with regard to the movie functions?
The line producer or the unit production manager.
When you have a set involving upwards of 20 firearms, would it be, in your experience, possible for a part-time armorer to manage that?
I wouldn't imagine so. One person can, each one of those weapons needs to be tracked pretty consistently for the set to remain safe. So I don't see how a single person can keep their eyes.
Sir, knowing the amount of guns needed on set and the lack of budget,
With regard to
would you have
overall
taken on the
set
job?
safety and your experience and background, who is in charge of that?
The first AD is considered in all of the published.
Oh, the guy who got the mega sweetheart deal?
The chief safety officer on the set.
And is out of reach?
Are you a member of various guilds?
I'm a member of the Writers Guild, the Directors Guild, SAG-AFTRA, which is the Actors Guild, and I also happen to be a member of the Musicians Guild.
Okay, so when you talk about safety rules, are some of those from those guilds?
Yes, there's I can't remember the name of the organization, but they sort of collectively represent all of the various guilds and issue recommendations for safety that they recommend attaching to the call sheet each day.
Is it, in your experience, also something you've seen where there will be daily safety meetings on set, especially in a gun-heavy set?
Expert.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe he can give lay opinions on his experience, but also we would tender him as an expert.
I think we should approach.
Yeah, if you want the guy qualified as an expert, you kind of do that at the beginning after he lists all his credentials. Did you forget? Okay, they're going to be up there for a minute, so we can probably catch this back up to
Everybody
live.
slow down. This is not safe. Well, we're not.
Okay, we're going to back up just a little.
There's a situation you would.
Sorry, I'm trying to. Okay. There we go.
So, Mr. Pesh, you were discussing some of those safety rules. Now, would it be, in your experience, advisable for production to convene daily safety meetings?
Yes, in fact, it's
That's what they're
recommended
supposed to
by
do.
all of the published literature by the guilds. And it's been they recommend that a safety meeting takes place anytime there's to be any stunts, firearms, special effects, but it's been my experience, but in the last 7 or 8 years since the tragic incident with the camera assistant who was killed on the railroad bridge, that every first AD I've worked with, regardless of what's happening that day, on the call sheet has a quick safety meeting, just running over it and reiterating.
So he's here to throw Dave Halls under the bus.
And you as a director, is that something that you advise and you practice?
I don't give safety meetings. That's the job of the safety officer, the first AD, but I think it's a great idea.
In your experience in interacting with first assistant directors, if, for example, there's a situation where a set is rushing, there's safety issues occurring, does the first assistant director have any responsibility in that respect?
Most definitely.
And what would that
Yeah.
be in your experience?
Absolutely.
What would you expect to see happen?
My experience has been that the first has an announcement to everybody, slow down, this is not safe, or we're not doing this, or just takes charge. And if there's a specific issue with a crew member, they'll pull them aside and discuss the issue and consult with stunts or props or firearms and deal with it.
Is that also true, for example, if you have a issue with an actor, for example, firing a blank after somebody yells cut, what would the first AD be expected to do in your experience?
Speak with them and indicate, look, when cut is called,
everything stops.
Usually the only person that can call cut is the director, but if it's a safety issue, anybody can call cut. And once cut is called, everything needs to stop, because if there is a safety issue, obviously, that somebody's noticed, nothing else should take place. So yes, the first AD should speak to that performer.
When it comes to safety, what is your view as to everybody's responsibility on set?
Well, again, it's not just my view, but again, in the published literature of the various guilds, they indicate safety is everyone's responsibility. If there's a safety issue, there are anonymous hotlines for anybody to call and raise these issues.
And are those anonymous hotlines, are those published generally in your experience working on set?
They are. Usually they're with that safety recommendations that are attached to the call sheet.
And those hotlines, what do they provide for people to be able to do if they notice a safety failure?
You can call someone from your guild. Each of the studios has their own separate hotline. And as far as I know, that will allow you to anonymously, so you don't look, if you report something, you could put your career in jeopardy. Nobody wants to do that. But the idea is that a representative can provide that information to somebody who will take action.
Yeah, but anonymous doesn't always mean anonymous. It's usually pretty easy to figure out who complained.
In your experience, have you worked and seen the interaction between prop masters and armorers?
I have.
And can you tell the jury, in your experience generally, how they interact? Who's in charge of the firearms and who's in charge of the ammunition, and then what the prop master role is?
Well, the prop master, more often than not, hires the armorer, because that's a subset of that department. but the armorer is in charge of all ammunition, all firearms, maintaining them, keeping them safe, and inventorying the ammunition.
With those duties and responsibilities, would you believe it to be important in your experience to accord the armorer adequate time to do those duties?
Yes.
And would it be important to accord adequate resources for that armorer to do those duties?
Yes.
If there is a scenario where the armorer is dealing with a gun heavy set, not having those resources, who would you expect to assist that armorer in getting those?
Props.
If there is a situation where there is a scene, a video, something's happening, and both the armorer and first assistant director witness a safety violation involving a weapon, for example, what would be your assessment whether one or both of them should say something about that?
I would say both of them should say something about it and figure out why it happened and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Cross-exam.
That was shorter than I expected.
Mr. Pesh, I just have a couple follow-up questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Certainly.
So anyone on the crew can stop filming due to safety concerns, is that right?
Yep.
That's right.
And that includes Ms. Gutierrez.
That's correct.
And sir, did you read or watch the statements of Ms. Gutierrez in preparation for your testimony?
I did not.
That was my understanding. So are you aware that on October 21st, 2021, Ms. Gutierrez was not inside the church with the gun, not because she was working on props, but because she was just doing some other armorer duties?
Objection, Your Honor.
That is a contested point. She has said that she was ordered out of the church due to COVID protocols. So that's probably what they're arguing.
Do I need to restate the question? Do you
Yes.
remember?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So my question for you is, we saw some interviews from Ms. Gutierrez, and she does explain that she was not in the church because she was preparing her fanny pack and her blank ammunition for the next scene. You agree that that's sounds like armor work to you, not props work?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also aware, sir, that on the morning of the 21st, when the crew was waiting for replacement camera personnel to arrive, Ms. Gutierrez had approximately 3 hours to work on her preparation for the scenes that day?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Patch, if there was a scene going on inside the church at that time involving Mr. Baldwin and the firearm, if Miss Gutierrez Reed was not in the church, would you have expected someone to have called her back in?
I would, if there's a firearm on set, there should be an armor on set.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And that's like all they did on this production. And even they had guns and pyrotechnics go off when they weren't supposed to. And what did they do about it? Again, to quote the luckiest person in Hollywood, Dave Halls, nothing. They did nothing about it. They took no steps to address it. They took no steps to make sure it wouldn't happen again. They did not double down on safety. They didn't even have an all-hands safety meeting about it. And I still want to know if it was deliberately left out of the production notes, because if those notes, as we were told, are going to all of the producers and the insurance daily, and there was somebody from the insurance on set, were those accidents hidden from the insurance, or was the insurance so stupid that they just didn't have a problem with it? Because I would think an insurance company that's hearing about guns going off accidentally is going to be like, you need to fix that or you don't have insurance anymore. That would have certainly shut down production. So did somebody commit fraud? Or,
next witness?
You know, like insurance malpractice or whatever?
Okay,
There we
thank
go.
you. All right, so both sides.
There
have
we
rested.
go. It's over.
Now my duty to give you the instructions of law. I'm going to read them to you, and then you will get a copy of the instructions, okay?
Isn't that
The
usually
instructions I'm
after
giving you
closing?
Are very helpful. to
Or
the,
are we not having
counsel
closing arguments?
to, use in their closing arguments.
Oh, okay.
Okay, which will follow.
So I
All
guess
right, so
this is just the
instruction
order
number
that they
one,
do things in.
You have heard all the evidence. It is now my duty to tell you the law that you must follow in this case. Instruction number 2. The law governing this case is contained in instructions that I'm about to give you. It is your duty to follow the law as contained in these instructions. You must consider these instructions as a whole. You must not pick out one instruction or parts of an instruction and disregard others. A copy of these instructions will be given to you when you begin your deliberations. Instruction number 3. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent unless and until you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of her guilt, his or her guilt. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not required that the state prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. The test is one of reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act in the graver and more important affairs of life. Instruction number 4. You are the sole judges of the facts in this case. It is your duty to determine the facts from the evidence produced here in court. Your verdict should not be based on speculation, guess, or conjecture. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence your verdict. You are to apply the law as stated in these instructions to the facts as you find them, and in this way decide the case. Instruction number 5. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agrees. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty to consult with one another and try to reach an agreement. However, you are not required to give up your individual judgment.
We could
Each of you
easily
must
see a
decide
hung
the case
jury.
for yourself, but you must do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own view and change your opinion if you are convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the purpose of reaching a verdict. You are the judges of the facts. Your sole interest is to ascertain the truth from the evidence in this case. Instruction number 6, each crime charged in the information should be considered separately. Instruction number 7, you must not concern yourself with the consequences of your verdict. Instruction number 8, you must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify in this case, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. Instruction number 9. You alone are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the testimony of each of them. In determining the credit to be given any witness, you should take into account the witness's truthfulness or untruthfulness, ability and opportunity to observe, memory, manner while testifying, any interest, bias, or prejudice the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the witness's testimony considered in light of all of the evidence in the case. Instruction number 10. You should consider each opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight you think it deserves. If you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that for any other reason an opinion is not correct, you may disregard the opinion entirely. Instruction number 11. An expert witness is a witness who, by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, has become expert in any subject. An expert witness may be permitted to state an opinion as to that subject. You should consider each expert opinion and the reasons stated for the opinion, giving them such weight as you think they deserve. You may reject an opinion entirely if you conclude that it is unsound. Instruction number 12. For you to find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter as charged in count 1, the state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. 1. Hannah Gutierrez endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. 2. Hannah Gutierrez should have known of the danger involved by Hannah Gutierrez's action. 3. Hannah Gutierrez acted with a willful disregard for the safety of others. 4. Hannah Gutierrez's act caused the death of Helena Hutchins. 5. This happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction 12A. For you to find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter in count 1 alternative, the state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. 1. Hannah Gutierrez loaded live ammunition into a firearm intended to contain only inert ammunition, and or Hannah Gutierrez failed to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition she loaded into the firearm. 2. Hannah Gutierrez should have known of the danger involved by Hannah Gutierrez's action. 3. Hannah Gutierrez acted with a willful disregard for the safety of others. 4. Hannah Gutierrez's act caused the death of Helena Hutchins. 5. This happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction number 13. For you to find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a deadly weapon as a lesser included offense charged in count 1, the state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. 1. The defendant endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. 2. This happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction number 13A. For you to find the defendant acted negligently in this case, you must find that the defendant acted with willful disregard of the rights or safety of others and in a manner which endangered any person or property. Instruction 13B. In addition to the other elements of tampering with evidence, the state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant acted intentionally when she committed the crime. A person acts intentionally when she purposely does an act which the law declares to be a crime. Whether the defendant acted intentionally may be inferred from all of the surrounding circumstances, such as the manner in which she acts, the means used, or her conduct.
Yeah, I still say defense should have tried to get the evidence tampering
You have been
charge
instructed
dropped
on the crimes
because
of involuntary
I don't think the state
manslaughter
proved
and
it
the
at
lesser
all.
included offense of negligent use of a firearm as charged in count 1. It is up to you, the jury, to choose the manner and order in which you deliberate on the crimes charged in that count. However, to return a verdict, you must follow the procedure described in the next instruction. Instruction number 15. To aid you in your deliberations and in returning your verdict, You will be provided both guilty and not guilty forms for each of the crimes charged in count 1. Unless you unanimously agree on a verdict, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime. Although you may deliberate on the crimes charged in count 1 in any manner and order which you choose, you must return your verdicts for each offense in count 1 in the order they are instructed. Under this procedure, if you unanimously find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you should sign the guilty form for that offense and should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining offense in count 1. If after reasonable deliberation, you do not reach a unanimous verdict on involuntary manslaughter, you should not sign a verdict form for that offense and should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining offense. You should only return a verdict on negligent use of a firearm if you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you must sign the not guilty verdict form for involuntary manslaughter before returning a verdict on any other crime charged in count 1. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a firearm, you should sign the guilty verdict for that offense. If you do not reach a unanimous verdict on negligent use of a firearm, you should not sign a verdict form for that offense. Instruction number 16. In this case, as to the charge of involuntary manslaughter contained in count 1, there are 4 possible verdicts. 1, guilty of involuntary manslaughter. 2, not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. 3, guilty of negligent use of a firearm. 4, not guilty of negligent use of a firearm. You must consider each of these crimes. You should be sure that you fully understand the elements of each crime before you deliberate further. You have the discretion to choose the manner and order in which you deliberate on this count, but you must return a unanimous verdict of not guilty on involuntary manslaughter before entering a verdict on negligent use of a firearm. You will first decide whether the defendant is guilty of the crime of involuntary manslaughter. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then that is the only form of verdict which is to be signed as to this count. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then you should sign only the not guilty form as to involuntary manslaughter. If after reasonable deliberation you do not reach a unanimous verdict on involuntary manslaughter, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime, and you should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining crime. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you will then go on to a consideration of the crime of negligent use of a firearm. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a firearm, then that is the only form of verdict which should be signed. But if you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of the crime of negligent use of a firearm, then you should sign only the not guilty form. If after reasonable deliberation you do not reach a unanimous verdict on negligent use of a firearm, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime. You may not find the defendant guilty of more than one of the foregoing crimes. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant has committed any one of the crimes, you must determine that the defendant is not guilty of that crime. If you find the defendant not guilty of all of these crimes in count 1, you must return a verdict of
Hey,
not
filthy
guilty
puppy.
as to this count.
He's got stuff in his
Instruction
fur
number
on
17.
his head.
For you to find the defendant guilty
What
of
did you get
tampering with
into?
evidence as charged in count
What
2,
did you get into, huh?
the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a
It's not
reasonable
telling.
doubt each of the following elements of the crime. 1, the defendant Hannah Gutierrez had a baggie of cocaine by asking Rebecca Smith to take it outside of Hannah Gutierrez's hotel, or hid a baggie of cocaine by asking Rebecca Smith to take it outside of Hannah Gutierrez's hotel room. 2, by doing so, the defendant intended to prevent the apprehension, prosecution, or conviction of Hannah Gutierrez for the crime of involuntary manslaughter. 3, this happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October, 2021. Instruction number 18. A firearm means any weapon which will or is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the actions of an explosion. The frame or receiver of a firearm, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, Firearm includes any handgun, rifle, or shotgun. Instruction number 19. In addition to the other elements of the crime of involuntary manslaughter as set forth in instruction number 12A, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt that 1. The death was a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez placing a live round into a firearm intended to contain only inert ammunition, and or Hannah Gutierrez's failure to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition she loaded into the firearm. 2, the act of the defendant was a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. The defendant's act was a significant cause of death if it was an act which, in a natural and continuous chain of events, uninterrupted by an outside events, resulted in the death and without which the death would have not occurred. There may be more than one significant cause of death. If the acts of 2 or more persons significantly contribute to the cause of death, each act is a significant cause of death. Instruction number 20. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's act was a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. An issue in this case is whether the negligence of a person other than the defendant may have contributed to the cause of death. Such contributing negligence does not relieve the defendant of responsibility for an act that significantly contributed to the cause of death, so long as the death was a foreseeable result of the defendant's actions. However, if you find the negligence of a person other than the defendant was the only significant cause of death, or constitutes an intervening cause that breaks the foreseeable chain of events, then the defendant is not guilty of the offense of involuntary manslaughter. Instruction number 21. Now the lawyers will argue the case. What is said in the closing arguments is not evidence. It is an opportunity for the lawyers.
Okay, I know
to
this is
discuss the
taking
evidence
forever,
and the
but
law as I have instructed
it's
you.
important. That's
The
why the
state
judge
has
is
the right
taking
to
her
argue
time.
first, the defense may then argue, and the state may then reply. Counsel?
All right, this is it. Closing arguments, and then we will be on verdict watch. So keep eyes on the Discord. I will go live when there is a verdict. I'll try to be as on time with it as I can, but I do have an interview this afternoon, so if it conflicts, I'll be a little late.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May it please the court, counsel. I want to begin by thanking you all for your time. I know that this has been a long trial, and I also understand that as jurors, you find yourselves maybe a little frustrated. There's a lot of sitting around and waiting.
Especially today.
We appreciate your time. We appreciate the sacrifice that you make when you leave your jobs and your families and your other responsibilities, and you come to court to participate in a very, very important part of our justice system. So on behalf of the state of New Mexico, we thank you very much for your time. And as you can see on your screens, we end exactly where we began, in the pursuit of justice for Helena Hutchins. I want to start by just generally outlining Hannah Gutierrez failed to maintain firearms safety, making a fatal accident willful and foreseeable. And please keep in mind that omissions
There's a puppy on
can
my
also
leg.
be willful.
Hello.
So if we
Hello.
fail to do something that we should do,
Hi.
and that failure
You're not licking me right now.
results in someone's death,
No.
then that too can be willful.
He
So I would
looks so
ask that you
hurt.
keep that in mind as we move through some of the evidence and testimony that you have heard. I know that you have heard a lot, and I do not intend to keep you too long, but I do have to be thorough. I do want to hit some high points. So I do appreciate your patience. Here's what we saw. These videos, if you recall, that were taken by Production Outfitters, they were taken on October 13th of 2021. What these demonstrate to you is that Ms. Gutierrez was unwilling to maintain proper firearm safety repeatedly. And it's really important because this is not a case where Hannah Gutierrez made one mistake, and that one mistake was accidentally putting a live round into that gun. That's not what this case is about. This case is about constant,
I still love you, puppy.
never-ending
Can't lick all over my face
safety
right now.
failures that resulted in the death of a human being and nearly killed another. So let's talk about all of the safety failures that we saw, and the reason that these safety failures prior to October 21st are so critically important to the analysis
good baby,
is
belly,
because
belly,
they
belly.
go to foreseeability. And
Cuddle belly.
foreseeability is a very important element
Okay,
in this
satisfied
case.
now? You got dog fur all over me?
So as we can see here, we have our stunt man with his double barrel shotgun. From watching those videos, what you understood is that Ms. Gutierrez did appear to, in fact, be present, because at times we saw her and at times we heard her. So she wasn't off doing prop duties. She was right there and she never intervened. Gun pointed at a child. Gun pointed at Joel Souza directly at his back. Gun pointed up in the air in the direction of the stunt coordinator. Gun pointed again, apparently in the direction of Mr. Souza, the person on the far right. Gun pointed directly at Mr. Souza again, the firearm in the left hand of the stuntman who is facing you. Firearm pointed directly at a minor child. Firearm pointed directly at the camera. Ms. Gutierrez, holding that same firearm with the muzzle pointed at her own face.
Yeah. This was unexpected. Ms. Gutierrez stood by and did nothing in between scenes when that stuntman, who had certainly been sent the message that he could do whatever he wanted with those guns, no one was going to intervene. The person tasked with intervening was not going to do it. That was clear. He hands the firearm to the child and allows the child to manipulate the gun before then, after a short period of time, perhaps thinking better of it and taking the gun back. This firearm, I actually don't think in this photo that the firearm is pointed at the child. I think the firearm is, based on the angle of the camera, probably more pointed at this person right here. But she's there. We hear her, we see her. She does nothing. Absolutely. That kid's parents have to be so freaking livid.
This is some of the first evidence that we see where if something doesn't stop, if something doesn't change, she is moving in the direction of potentially a fatal incident, and that is exactly what happened. And I want you to recall Ms. Gutierrez's interview on November 9th, when Ms. Gutierrez spoke of the accidental discharge with the other stuntman, having a complete lack of understanding of her role in safety on this movie set. She's talking about Sarah Zachary, and she was like, well, yours just went off in there after you loaded it. And I said, yeah, well, I can't be responsible for every dickhead fucking stunt guy that gets a hold of the gun and doesn't understand the concept.
Whoa!
Her entire job is to be responsible for
Okay,
exactly that.
I forgot my building's having fire alarm
And when
testing
she
today.
took
It's
this
about to go
job,
off. I will mute myself
agreed
and
to that
hopefully only
responsibility.
myself.
There is no
But
exception in the
the
law.
dog is barking
for
because they just
your
made an
young.
announcement that it's about to go off.
The exception in the law does
Yeah,
not exist.
that's the thing.
The law treats
Nobody did anything on
everyone
this set.
the same, and it must.
Yeah, I know I need to breathe. It startled me, okay? I couldn't hear the
What was
announcement
the
at first,
point
so
to
the doggy
the
freaking out
testimony
is...
about the lever action rifle? Well, here's the point to the testimony about the lever action rifle. More negligence, more carelessness, more lack of attention to safety. She loaded a lever action rifle with dummy rounds that, by the way, according to the director, was completely unnecessary.
I'm a jumpy person.
Because
Yes,
yes,
you did
while
good.
it's true, this gun operates in a
He's
way
gonna go
where
nuts.
if a
Yep,
certain
there
type
it
of
goes.
camera angle is hitting it, dummy rounds would be appropriate if the scene calls for loading or cycling. There wasn't a scene that called for that. So she just loaded a lever action rifle with dummy rounds and surprisingly put the wrong caliber round in the gun. That is absolutely an example of someone who is not paying attention, not taking their job seriously. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the rounds that you've seen because it's critical to tracking the existence of the live rounds on this movie set. And we have spent a lot of time and effort tracking those rounds around that movie set. And we're going to show you that evidence right now. So the important thing to know is that the Seth Kenney dummies, which you are looking at right here, are patinaed. They are distinct. They have an antique coloring. They also have silver primers. These rounds did not come on that movie set until October 12th of 2021 because Mr. Kenney didn't have them. And if you recall his testimony, he was in Texas. So he had to get back, clean them up, and provide them to Sarah Zachary. And that took place on October 12th. This is just simply the primer side of those rounds. You can see that they're dark in color on the primer side, and they do appear to have silver primers. This is a photograph of the 3840 dummies. If you recall Mr. Kenney's testimony, the 3840 dummies came from Billy Ray. And the important thing about this photograph is that none of those dummy rounds had silver primers. And silver primer is a very important piece of this puzzle. This is those same rounds on their side. You can see that they are shiny brass. We also know that they have brass primers. We just saw that. Based on Mr. Kenney's testimony, you know that they were 3840, but there was also some 4440 caliber rounds.
Okay, I think it's over.
In that box.
Glad to know the mute button works.
Does that matter?
It doesn't work with every program.
Well, let's stop.
It is.
Okay. Let's take a moment to talk about all this testimony that you've heard about whether or not the live rounds found at PDQ, which are photographed there on the left, match the live rounds found on the set of Rust. You don't have to be a gun expert to look at those and see they simply do not match, even though you could look at those rounds and fundamentally understand that they are not the same. The police department, the sheriff's department sent them to the FBI for testing so that we could actually have some experts confirm what we can see with our very own eyes. And what you have in evidence, if you want to see them in real time, you have States Exhibit 79, you have States Exhibit 91. States Exhibit 79 is a disassembled live round from PDQ Props. States Exhibit 79 is a disassembled live round from the set of Rust. You can look at them, you can see the projectiles are different, you can see that perhaps the primers are even different. If you recall, Ms. Popple indicated there were only 10 silver primered live rounds found at PDQ. The rest of them were brass. The other thing that you can just see with your eyes is the gunpowder in these is substantially different. It has a different chemical composition. So any argument that could ever be made in this case that Seth Kinney was the source of these live rounds is absolutely dishonest. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a walk in the weeds with me here, okay? This is a photograph of October 10th of 2021.
Yay, more bad
You can
Photoshop.
see the color of the rounds at the top. Those are brass primered rounds. The rounds in the bottom appear to be lighter, and I would suggest to you, based on the totality of the evidence that we're going to go through, that you are looking at live rounds. And keep in mind, anything that you see on the set of this movie that is a revolver ammunition, prior to October 12th, if it has a silver primer, it's a live round.
Yeah, it's
because the
also, if I
silver
recall, a
primered
bit
dummies didn't
unstable.
come on set for 2 days after this photograph was taken. Here's our comparison photo that Mr. Primo put together for us. And if you need it when you're reviewing the evidence and doing your deliberations or engaging in your deliberations, I have included it for you. But we're going to do a comparison here in a moment. Now, the importance of this photograph, still October 10th of 2021. There appears to be revolver ammunition in the background there at the top. 2 of those have silver primers. The problem with that is the silver primer dummies weren't there yet, but the live rounds were. And there's your close-up. It's absolutely undeniable. Is it blurry? Yes. Can you clearly see the difference? Absolutely. All of these photos that you're looking at were October 10th. Now, let's move to October 13th of 2021. I invite you to look at that photograph carefully and ask yourselves, which of these is not like the others? It's the third one from the left. look at the shape of that projectile, and look at the color of the brass. So on October 13th, Mr. Kenny's dummies have arrived on set. They are the only dummy rounds with silver primers, but they are patinaed in color. So when you look at this round, it appears to be a spot-on match for the live rounds, but unfortunately we can't see the primer in this photo, so we can't tell if this is a brass primered dummy. That's the reason that we watched thousands of videos and
Thank you,
looked at
Nightwolf.
thousands of pictures, because
Hope I
then
don't
we
have to wait
moved
too
to the
long to find
Production
out.
Outfitter videos from October 13th, the same day. And we're looking at that same gun holster that was provided to Mr. Baldwin. And there you see it. The third one down has a silver primer. And now you know it is a live round. You know that because it's not a Seth Kinney dummy. If it were, it wouldn't have that shiny brass color. So there's your live round. We've seen it on October 10th. We've seen it on October 13th. And there's absolutely no way that the lighting is playing tricks on our eyes when we're looking at these enhanced photos, because you see it frame after frame after frame.
She's doing a
And
good
now
job
let's move to October
rehabbing
15th.
her bad Photoshop.
Karen Kuhn arrives on set. I think she was probably there long before the 15th. She is taking photos. She took approximately, as she testified, 9,000 photos. So on the 15th, there it is. There's your silver primer. It's just been moved to a different location in the holster because they're pulling dummy rounds from here, there, and everywhere and putting them in belts and putting them in guns and doing whatever they want to do. But there it is. It's right there on October 15th. And if you think I'm stretching it, let's have a look at what we've got here. This is the gun belt that was assigned to actor Jensen Ackles. Because his gun belt was not a shoulder holster, we weren't able to find any photos or videos of it in the thousands and thousands and thousands that we reviewed, because they're always covered by his coat. There is the evidence photo of the Baldwin holster on October 21st when it is taken into evidence. You have a Seth Kinney dummy at the top. You have what the FBI determined to be a live round in the second spot. And then you've got 3 brass primered dummies. October 17th, October 21st. So the video that Mamie Mitchell laid the foundation for, she said that according to her notes, the filming was done on the 17th. Mr. Primo said that he believed, according to the camera, it was the 18th. Take whatever date you want. That's a match. Seth Kinney dummy at the top, live round next. You've got 3 brass primer dummies on the 21st, 4 brass primer dummies on the 17th or 18th. But it is shockingly the same. And there is no question
that there is just
that
ever a
this
live
one right
ammo
here
on a movie set and nobody
is a
called
live
it.
round. It was sent to the FBI and they confirmed it. This is Ms. Gutierrez talking about her bringing these dummy rounds on set. I had a multitude of the ones with holes and the ones that you shake. So yeah, and I checked those all and I put them into two things. And then we start talking about boxes. Obviously, when she says things, she's talking about boxes. They usually had JS on them. This is one my dad sent me, and mine are usually beat up pretty bad, like they're very dirty and gross. She's talking about the box and the styrofoam insert. The box and the styrofoam insert, she's saying, are dirty. Hers, the ones that she brings on set, are dirty. They're not new and clean like some of the other ones. Detective Hancock asks her, this is the one that was or handed that you guys had said that you had pulled from. This is that moment in that interview where Ms. Gutierrez has already shown Hancock the photo from her dad, and an hour or two later, Detective Hancock decides that now is the time to show her the photo of the box of dummies she was pulling from that day, and it won't surprise you to learn they're a spot-on match. You have the styrofoam insert from that box of dummies here in evidence, and the reason that we gave it to you so that you can actually look at it in real time and not look at a photograph is because it's kind of dirty and gross. It kind of fits exactly the way that she described it. But there are some characteristics of this styrofoam insert that are going to become more important. Any suggestion by the defense that somehow the box of dummy rounds that Ms. Gutierrez said she was pulling from was swapped out with something different is absolute nonsense. First of all, you know that because you can see the live rounds. If you don't think you can see them on the 10th, and you don't think you can see them on the 13th, and you don't think you can see them on the 15th, you know you're looking at one on the 17th and 18th. You know you are. So where does the sabotage theory go then? The 17th and 18th, the camera crew hadn't quit yet. Mr. Norvell wasn't on set poking around on the prop cart. Mr. Halls hadn't had an opportunity to spend any time with the gun. They moved directly from that cart right into Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit. They go from that patrol unit right into evidence at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department. And on November 9th of 2021, Hannah Gutierrez shows Detective Hancock, now Corporal Hancock, the box of dummies that she and her dad have. And if you listen to Mr. Kenny's testimony, what you understand is that the ammunition from the previous set, that being the old way, Hannah brought leftover dummies from that movie onto the set of Rust. And those 45 long Colt dummy rounds were provided by Thel Reed. What you are looking at in this photo is this styrofoam insert. This is the styrofoam insert that had the live round in it. This is the styrofoam insert that came out of the box labeled 45 long Colt dummies with the JS in the middle. Now, let's put it together.
She's got to be getting close to being done.
Our original evidence photo up here from October 10th. You can see this distinct sort of cut in the styrofoam on that insert that is sitting on her leg on the 10th. You can see that the hole in the styrofoam in the second to the right at the top is dirty. You can see a little bit of grime. You can see it right there. And you're going to take it into evidence and you can look at it closer. You're going to see that there's some damage to the styrofoam separators between these two holes. And what do you know? It's right there. There's a little bit of damage to the styrofoam separators down here. You can see it in the photo on the right. You can look for yourself. It is right here. And what do you know? That silver primered round from October 10th is sitting in the exact same position that it was found on October 21st when the Sheriff's Department collected this box, took it into evidence, and photographed it. Ladies and gentlemen, we call that circumstantial evidence, but that's a mountain of circumstantial evidence. Prop assistant duties versus armorer duties on October 21st of 2021. Let's focus on that day. And listen, I'm not here to tell you that Rust Productions did the right thing when they hired on a part-time armorer and asked her to also spend her time doing props. I think everybody who has testified has said that was a really bad idea. And that's probably part of the reason that they're being sued by a whole bunch of different people.
Yep.
But
she's got to be close to done because this is good. This is dragging on. She's going to lose the jury.
The case. It was not the case on
way too much like a PowerPoint presentation and not a convincing argument. She needs to
arrive. She had
up her
every
tone.
opportunity to go through that box of dummies. Gee, that only had like 30 rounds in it. How long does it take to pull the round out of the box, shake it, and if it doesn't shake, look to see if it has a hole in it, put it back in the box, and do that to each and every one of them? How long does that exercise take? 10 minutes max? That's not hard. The other thing that is very important is Ms. Gutierrez didn't get pulled out of the church because she had to go focus on prop duties. She left the gun in the church contrary to all the industry standards for armorers on movie sets, for firearms safety on movie sets. And she went back out to her cart so that she could start doing other armorer duties. She's getting her fanny pack filled up. Well, we've seen that. She's filling it with blanks. And we know they're about to do a turnaround. They're going to do this quick insert with Baldwin, and then they're going to do the shoot scene, the gunfire scene where they're using blanks, and the law enforcement have come into the church, and there's a shootout. So she goes to get ready for it. She just leaves the gun in there. As you heard from many witnesses, she would leave guns unattended all the time. There was nothing unusual about October 21st that caused her to be unable to stay in the church to properly perform her duties. She leaves the gun. She goes back out because for some reason, with the 3 hours of free time that she had in the morning, she didn't get her fanny pack filled up. She didn't get herself ready for that turnaround. So she leaves the gun. Everybody's heard armorers don't leave the gun.
Yeah, that's true. She should never have left any gun unattended or out of her sight.
Let's move over to our tampering with evidence charge. How is getting rid of a bag of cocaine tampering with evidence related to involuntary manslaughter?
Yeah,
Well,
you needed to
on
address
October
this
21st,
during evidence, not in
2021,
your
the
closing.
shooting occurs, the incident occurs. Ms. Gutierrez understands that someone has been seriously injured, she does not yet know that that person is not going to live or has already died. She gets interviewed at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. I will say, surprisingly, 2 occasions after this incident where a helicopter had to come in, ambulances had to come in, Ms. Gutierrez, on 2 occasions after that incident, spoke about her concerns about her career. Wow. That gives you an idea that you are dealing with someone who is not particularly concerned about the health and safety of others. And her job was to be concerned about the health and safety of others. But on that day, she's just thinking about herself. She's put a lady in the hospital, a man in the hospital.
But that was the attitude of everyone on set. Everyone was treating it like a
to be escorted to the bathroom. Corporal
super
Hancock
cash
agrees
accident.
to do that, and we have her on video on the way there expressing dismay about how this will affect her career. Ouch. After the interview, Hannah goes back to her hotel. Rebecca Smith goes to Hannah's room. She's been summoned by some other folks to try to sort of sit and visit and give Hannah some support. So Rebecca Smith goes to her room, and Rebecca Smith is the person that tells Hannah that Helena Hutchins has now died. And you have to understand, in the mind of Hannah Gutierrez, this investigation went from this big to this big. Because the difference between shooting someone and them living and shooting someone and them dying is a really, really big difference. So she is told by Rebecca Smith, investigation just got giant and very, very serious. So after receiving that information, she offloads this bag of cocaine to Rebecca Smith. Rebecca Smith is a lady that's lived a life. She's used cocaine before, many years previous, but she's used cocaine. She knows what it looks like. She knows how it's packaged. And because she's a former addict, she tosses it in a trash can. When Mr. Bowles gets up here and says, I can't prove to you that it's cocaine, remember that when people destroy evidence to avoid prosecution, you don't have the evidence that they destroyed. They got rid of it. So I don't have to prove to you by some scientific drug test. I don't have to send that to the lab and get it tested. It's gone. That's the point to the charge. Now, let me digress a little bit and run through a couple of things with you.
Okay, not
What's
to
all this
undercut how
testimony
serious
about
this
this
is, but I'm
inertia
sick of
puller?
listening to her talk.
And how does that play into everything?
Like, I'm sorry,
Well,
she's meandering. She's not
As you heard from Mr. Haig,
having an appropriate level of
an
gravitas
inertia
right
puller
now.
is a device designed
She's
for
going
one
back and
pass.
forth. She sounds
It
ridiculous.
disassembles live rounds. That's what it does.
Like, I hate her
Somehow
tone
I
right
think the
now. She's
defense
got a
got
condescending
confused
mom
about what our
vibe going,
potential
and it's
theory
just
was.
wrong.
That we had a theory that Ms. Gutierrez was turning dummy rounds into live rounds. That was never our theory, because that would require quite a bit of equipment. There's no question. But to do the reverse is a whole lot easier. So if you're out of dummy rounds or you're running low on dummy rounds and you've got some live rounds around, you could probably turn a you could turn a live round into a dummy round in 5 minutes. Why does an armor on a movie set bill for an inertia puller? Well, obviously she had one. Now, let's talk about the OSHA investigation. OSHA doesn't find any wrongdoing with individual employees, only employers. That's their job. They're just an agency that maintains workplace safety. Mr. Genoway confirmed when he was on the witness stand, it's true his memory was a little bad and Mr. Lewis had to refresh it for him, but he confirmed that Hannah's conduct on the set contributed to their findings that this was not a safe workplace. Please keep in mind that the OSHA investigation is not a criminal investigation. Critically and surprisingly, OSHA never interviewed Gabrielle Pickle.
Yeah, I'd
This
like
is
an answer
critically
on that
important
too.
Because if they had interviewed her,
Like, do they
they
not
would
have the
known
authority to
following things.
like make her talk to them?
Hannah was granted 10 armorer days out of the 12 filming days, not 8. That was right there in the cell phone records. The training days, when Ms. Gutierrez is sending those messages saying, I want more training time, training days. She's not saying these actors, these adults need more training time. She specifically requested additional training time to train the child. And it was refused because, first of all, it's a major liability issue. And second of all, the child was never going to fire a gun. So when she asked for the additional training days, they were denied. That's not the reason Helena Hutchins is dead. Keep in mind, Gabrielle Pickle had a meeting with Hannah and offered her additional assistance so that she would be able to perform her duties effectively. She offered assistance from some of the other folks there on set to try to give her some relief. And keep in mind that on a movie set, the armorer has autonomy with regard to gun safety. In theory. The OSHA finding that Rust Productions failed to properly supervise her is surprisingly incorrect because the armorer has no supervisor when it comes to weapons and gun safety on the movie set. Mr. Halls is just there to be a second pair of eyes. That's it. Now, I think there can be no question that Rust Productions was more than negligent when they hired Ms. Gutierrez because she was not anywhere close to being qualified for this job.
Yep.
In fact, if you recall, Gabrielle Pickle, to her credit, tried to get Ms. Gutierrez to implement a check-in and check-out system because 2 people had complained that there was a shotgun left unattended. People on the set were complaining about her. They went to production and said, hey,
production didn't do anything. Nobody
she's not
did.
supposed to do that. You can't just leave real guns laying around. So Gabrielle Pickle goes to Hannah Gutierrez, asks for a check-in, check-out
I really hope
system.
she winds down soon because I have a
no.
heart out.
Hannah Gutierrez says it's too difficult, it's too much trouble. Gabrielle Pickle didn't prevent her from being safe. In that instance, she did the opposite. She tried to improve firearm safety on the set, but keep in mind, the armorer has autonomy. So Gabrielle Pickle is not Hannah Gutierrez's boss when it comes to firearm safety. Ms. Gutierrez gets to do what she wants. Now, I can only imagine that after this chain of cases, all of that will change. So the defense has taken a shotgun approach to this case.
Poor choice of
Seth
words.
Kinney is to blame. Well, no evidence of that. Sarah Zachary is to blame. No evidence of that. Dave Halls is to blame. He shouldn't have taken the gun from her.
Land your
and
argument. You're
he didn't
talking
do a
too
good
much.
safety check. Well, she is the autonomous decision maker with regard to gun safety. It's not that Dave Halls shouldn't have taken the gun from her. It's that she shouldn't have given him the gun and then turned around and walked away.
True.
The defense. Alec Baldwin is to blame for acting like a prima donna on the movie set and bossing people around. This is Hollywood, for heaven's sakes. I would imagine that's relatively common. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that his conduct was right. I am the person who indicted him. Alec Baldwin's conduct
Vince
and
really
his
wants
lack
to object right
of
now.
gun safety inside that church on that day is something that he's going to have to answer for.
There are rules about objecting
with
during
you
closing.
and not
Generally
today.
don't.
That'll be with another jury on another day. Brian Norvell, the gentleman who goes and gets the prop cart and wheels it over and then puts his hand over the crime scene tape and picks up that dummy round and shakes it. You heard Mr. Bowles ask some questions that are intended to make people think that Mr. Norvell either took something off the prop cart or planted something on the prop cart. Well, keep in mind, he doesn't have to plant live rounds because we've seen from the photographic evidence, those are there. They're floating around already. So live rounds were on set. They were not planted by Brian Norvell. But this man is not a mystery to the state or the defense. I made him come in and sit down for a 1.5 hour interview so that the defense could ask him any questions they wanted, and they asked him none. Not a single question. So what that means is that this is just all smoke and mirrors and deflection. They don't want the truth. We know the truth. You have seen it throughout this trial. And I will remind you that during one of the heated objection exchanges between myself and Mr. Bowles, you heard Mr. Bowles cry out that he was looking for the truth. Listen, I can bring a horse to water, but I cannot make him drink.
Stop talking about
If you
yourself.
want the truth, I'll bring the guy in.
You want the
I'll make him
focus to be
available
on
for
the
you to talk
victim.
to. Ask him some questions. Not a single one.
Like, she is making reasonable points, but she is doing a terrible job at it.
It must have been that disgruntled camera crew.
Like, she's...
You mean the people who believed
I
that
cannot
safety on set was being
believe how
compromised to such a degree that
ridiculous
they
she
left?
is sounding. Like, her
That
tone
decision
is
may very
wrong,
well
her
have saved
delivery is
their
wrong, her
lives.
timing is terrible. And she seems completely unfocused. Like, you had weeks to write this.
So, the $60,000 question in this case, who brought the live rounds on set? You know the answer to that. I know the answer to that. I'm not telling you that Hannah Gutierrez intended to bring live rounds on set. I'm telling you that she was negligent. She was careless. She was thoughtless. She brought them on
drop
set.
the
And
mic
you know
and
from the
leave
testimony
already.
you
You're
heard,
talking way too much, lady.
Sarah Zachary never saw her
Way too
shake a
much.
dummy round. Dave Halls never
There's
saw
a way
her
to
shake a
deliver
dummy
this
round.
effectively. She's just not doing it.
She didn't shake those dummy rounds. For all we know, those dummy rounds were floating around the set of The Old Way, and Nicolas Cage is lucky to have walked away with his life.
You didn't bring in the Nick Cage story. You don't get to reference that. Nobody on the
So why does it
stand
matter
relayed that story, and
that
you
she brought
didn't
live
ask
rounds on
Dave
set?
Halls about it, which you should have.
It goes to foreseeability.
I still can't believe nobody asked him about that.
She had six live rounds on that movie set. The earliest date that I can track them for you is October 10th. We know that they were there from the 10th to the 21st. 6, and she failed to ferret them out for 12 days. What that means is that she wasn't shaking any dummy rounds. She wasn't testing anything. None of that stuff that her lawyers want you to think was so difficult. None of it was happening. It didn't happen the entire time. She didn't find any of them. And folks, if she's not checking the dummy ammunition during the pendency of the filming to make sure that those rounds that are
During the
designed
what?
to look like live rounds are in fact dummy rounds, this was a game of Russian roulette every time an actor had a gun with dummies.
Smack it and walk away.
Sadly for Ms. Hutchins, her camera crew walked off set that morning, and that required her to go into the church and operate the camera herself. And that's what she was doing when the live round that Ms. Gutierrez put in Mr. Baldwin's gun was expelled from that firearm and went all the way through her body. No one told Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church. No one called her out of the church. There wasn't a COVID protocol in place that prevented her from being in the church at that moment. You know from the production outfitter videos, she didn't care about her job. She let it all go. Mr. Bowles is going to argue to you that if Mr. Halls had just called Ms. Gutierrez back into the church, she would have done an additional safety check and that live round would have been found. Well, for heaven's sakes, we all know that if she had been called back into the church for an additional safety check, nothing would have changed.
Okay, drop the folksy
Her
patter. I
safety
hate
checks
it.
didn't consist of pulling the dummy rounds out of the cylinder, shaking them in front of the actor and the assistant director, showing them that they're dummy rounds, and putting them back in. No one ever saw her do that one single time, even though that's industry standard. And the reason it's industry standard is because you can't tell a dummy round by simply spinning a cylinder and looking at the primers unless they are dummy rounds without primers. And that's kind of an interesting fact. We know that 6 dummy rounds without primers were not loaded into that weapon because one of them turned out to be live and very clearly had a primer. Interestingly, though, she had 5 dummy rounds without primers in her pocket. In her pocket. All she had to do was put those in the gun.
The judge looks so spaced out.
Make sure that the 6th one either rattles or has a hole in it, and she's good to go. Because now, when you look, when the cylinder gets spun, you can see 5 of them without taking them out. That they don't have primers. They were in her pocket, and she didn't use them. I am going to have another opportunity to speak with you, and when I speak with you last, it won't be as long, I promise. And we will talk about some of our jury instructions then. But I do want to address some of the testimony from Dr. Jarrell from OMI, because Mr. Bowles is likely.
If I'm on the jury, I'm hating her right now, which is not going to help her
that
case.
contributed to Ms. Hutchins' death.
Like,
and I want to
lady, tighten up your goddamn argument. You are rambling.
Here are the lethal
You have no focus.
injuries.
You sound ridiculous. I have
lethal
stopped
injuries.
listening to you.
Blood loss from the wound. That was the primary lethal injury. Her blood was leaking into her abdominal cavity, and a lot of it. And you saw those photographs. You saw the photographs of her clothing. There was a lot of blood. So
Yeah.
the first
All you
lethal
have to
injury
say here
that
is
comes
she
from a
died because she
gunshot,
was
it
shot.
is
If there
blood
was
loss
malpractice,
associated with
that
it.
is
And the
not
second
an
one, if you
negating
recall
factor.
from Dr.
Because if
Gerald,
she had not been shot,
uh,
she wouldn't have been
the,
put in the
the
position
wound
to be
to
subject to
the
malpractice. Her
lung
cause of death is
was
that she was
also
shot.
a lethal wound. Keep in mind, that bullet went into her body, it went through her rib, it severed her spinal cord, it punctured her lung, it came out the back of her shoulder, and a few hours later, Ms. Gutierrez is telling Corporal Hancock that she's worried about her career. If you think that person
Okay, lady, I know you think you're scoring
would
points
have
right now, but you
done
sound like a
a
bitch.
satisfactory safety check if she had been called back to the church, I am here to tell you that I strongly disagree. The astonishing lack of diligence with regard to gun safety is, without question, a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. Did Mr. Baldwin also contribute when he pointed the gun at people and pulled the hammer back, and regardless of what he said to George Stephanopoulos, pulled the trigger? Yes, he is. And again, we'll deal with that another time.
Defense didn't like that. Again, you're not supposed to object during closing.
You don't escape accountability when you load a live round into a prop gun,
I will
tell
be right
the crew that it has dummy rounds in it, hand it off to an actor, and leave the room because he manipulated it? That's the whole point. That was the whole point to him having it. Of course he was going to manipulate it. It's foreseeable. Everything is so completely foreseeable. Imagine I hand you a gun and I tell you that it's basically empty and I walk away when in fact, I put live ammunition in it. You think an accident might happen? You think that accident is foreseeable? And listen, let's remember some of the testimony from Mr. Carpenter. Control is how we enforce gun safety. We do it with control. When she loses control, which she did repeatedly, anything goes. Anything goes there. I am going to complete the majority of the portion of my closing arguments with regard to the facts. The next portion will be with regard to the law. When I come back after Mr. Bowles has had an opportunity to address you, we will be asking for justice today for Helena Hutchins. Thank you.
May we approach?
If it's about a bathroom break, we're going to take a bathroom break.
Okay.
Okay. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you. We'll be back at 10:00. Okay?
Okay, what I miss? Step away for 2 seconds.
May we approach?
If it's about a bathroom break, we're going to take a bathroom break.
Okay.
Okay. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
Okay, so we're
We'll be
taking
back at 10:00. Okay?
10 up. We're taking 10-minute break. Okay. So, We have closing argument from the defense, and then we're on verdict watch. I should make my heart out as long as they don't talk too much. I have a heart out at 2:30 my time, so that's a little under an hour. So we should be good because I don't think the defense is going to talk that long because it doesn't benefit them. I may miss some of the jury instructions, but those are not terribly important to us. So, while we are waiting, let's finish the body cam video that we were in the middle of. We should have just enough time.
That's all that's in the car.
And I can still see the court feed, so we won't miss when they come back.
Because it's difficult for me to maneuver with them. I just wanted to run in quick to grab it so we can just go. That's all.
Can certainly understand the sentiment, but you don't leave the kids in the car.
Like accidentally put it in gear or something.
Like, don't bring them with you
know
if you
that in the state of Florida, so
can't
far this
manage
year,
them.
7 children have died being in vehicles that were turned off in this heat. Yeah. So right now,
How old are the kids?
What a shock. We're in Florida.
Children are in the ambulance. They're safe. We gave them something to drink, getting cooled off and everything, okay? We're just going to check their vitals real quick. That's all that I wanted to do, ensure that they're okay. But
Since it's Florida, we need an exact location.
Officer's hands right now, okay?
331 traffic, go with control for me, please. Is this something that you do regularly because of your
The trolley prop.
brace, or is that
Sorry for double sound. I'm just grabbing a couple of things.
missing part of your leg, or is
It's
it
on there. It's just a brace over the leg.
a brace over the leg? Okay.
Can I pick up my things and put them in the car?
Right now, you're staying right here. If you get up to go, you're going back in handcuffs. Right now, we're working with you, okay? Because you're claiming you can't sit in the chair in there or anything.
Hey,
So,
With your hands.
sorry, other
on top,
videos
I want
popping up.
you fully in the air conditioning. Can you scoot back so that you can get up onto that seat now that you're not handcuffed?
Was so.
Because I want to get you fully into the air conditioning because it is hot out here and it is
I'm
humid.
okay though.
No, I want you to get up in there. Understand that? That's what I'm trying to work with you, but you're not working with me. Okay?
Yeah.
So I need you to get up in
No,
there.
don't do that.
Handcuffs, so you should be able to make it in there.
Can I just ask
Okay,
one thing?
there we go.
Yeah.
Are we going to leave from here
Not at this time, no.
at any point?
Maybe. I got my boss on the way. Okay?
Can someone let me know?
Yeah, I'll let you know.
I'm sure they will.
Okay, I need you to face me. And I need you to put your hands back behind your back. You're under arrest. Okay? And before we do this, I need you. Can you take this off for me? 'Cause I don't want it to get broke, okay?
How about my purse and my wallet?
Yeah, I'm gonna get that. So go ahead and face me, put your hands behind your back.
How about my car?
It's going to stay here.
Yep.
And my car keys?
No, we're gonna get everything. I need you to go ahead and put your hand behind. Yep, there you go. Slide like that. Put your hands behind.
And my crutch? I need my crutch to come with me.
Where's you? We'll get all
It's
of
in the
that.
front passenger seat.
Front passenger seat.
Yep.
Okay.
Can my car keys come in my purse?
Yep.
With my
I'm
wallet?
going to grab all of that. Okay. So you're being charged with resisting without violence, and you're also being charged with aggravated child abuse 2 times. Okay. Any questions?
Why is it 2 times?
Because you have 2 kids.
And right now, the children are going up to the hospital, and then from there, they're going into custody of the state until you get released, and they'll talk to you, and they'll make arrangements at that point. Once you're due to be released, they'll be making arrangements for either returning the custody to you, or they will continue custody with them. That'll be between you and DCF.
So
Okay.
they're going into the custody of the state?
Temporarily.
Yes.
Until a judge can make further final determinations on whether or not
They're not just going to return them either. They're going to investigate. They're going to want to check out her house. They're definitely going to, it's going to be at least a week.
you're going to go to the jail.
How long?
And I highly doubt the judge is just going to give the kids back if there are charges pending.
Your
Like,
first appearance before the judge will be tomorrow.
do I think that's overkill? Yes.
Yeah.
How about my car?
Well, we're going to go and talk to Walmart and see if it can stay here. If it can't, then we'll have our towing company come and get it and put it into their holding lot.
And we'll have to pay to get it out?
Yes.
I believe, but I don't know. I've never had to. Everybody usually works with us, and I've never actually had to have them tow a vehicle for this type of thing. So they've always worked with us, and the vehicle's always managed because it's legally parked and it's out of the way. Okay, so they may just allow it to stay there. It's up to Walmart on this. All right.
So were any of the charges felonies?
Yeah.
Yes.
The two aggravated child abuse case ones. Yes.
That's a felony.
Yes. This lady is still completely unconcerned with the children.
In the state of Florida, we already had 7 children die from this exact thing, being locked in a car that's not air conditioned. Okay? Your children could have died. You misrepresenting what time you you're misrepresenting what time you got here. Okay? And you got here a lot sooner than what you were saying. You got here at right after 2 o'clock, like 2:02, according to the security video. Okay?
That's what I thought it was 2:20.
Huh?
I thought it was 2:20.
Okay.
30-year-old Nayaka Bomar was charged with 2 felony counts of child abuse and resisting arrest without violence.
Okay, we don't get an outcome on that, sadly. Let's see if I can find it at my... Where was that? Because I like to try and delete my bookmarks once we watch them. I'll do that later. All right. Oh, Court TV's got a poll up. We'll see. Why does my live keep lagging behind? Shouldn't be doing that. Okay, they should be back in a couple of minutes, assuming that they're anything resembling on time, which today is not the day for that, given they started almost 2 hours late. God. I assume the defense was arguing over the armor expert that they wanted, but it took them so long to find one that the time to file their appearance had passed. So they tried to get the court to make an exception. The court said no. And so this is where we find ourselves. So we have defenses closing, which will probably not be that long. If they're smart, they'll keep it very basic, very direct. And then we will have jury instructions, and then it's wait and see. Do I think there's a chance the jury could be back today? Yeah. Yeah, it's early enough. I mean, by the time they dismiss the jury to deliberate, it's going to be lunchtime, so they'll take lunch. That's an hour. Then give the jury time to go over the charges and the rules and stuff. That's another hour. But depending on how long they deliberate, which there's no predicting that ever, we could see a verdict this afternoon. I would certainly think tomorrow at the latest, because there's just not that much to go over. I think Puppy's finally settled from the fire alarm trauma. Because it hurts his little ears. That's why I was trying to cover his ears, but then he's like, what are you doing to my ears? Stop touching my ears. Why are you touching my ears? Because he doesn't really get the concept that I'm trying to block the evil sound. Really got to get to work on the map of crazy update. Still have it. I'm still looking for the perfect map of Florida, though. It's definitely hard. Because some of them are by city, some are by county. The ones that have both are too cluttered to mark off correctly. But that is on my weekend to-do list so that Monday, when I get back to doing body cams properly, fingers crossed, we will have an updated map of crazy. Seeing what else is going on in the world. I heard that Nikki Haley has officially dropped out, so big shock there. Okay, they should have been back a couple minutes ago, but perpetually late is how this court rolls. Perpetually late is how this court... Adjusting my title now that we are back fully with the trial. And like I said, once the jury adjourns to deliberate, I will keep eyes on the feed and try to jump in live when they come back, whenever that is. Oh. Okay, court, I need you to hurry up. I kind of have to be somewhere. I can push my out a little bit, but not that much. I don't want to miss defense's closing because I'm hoping it's really good. No, they can't beat the states. I'm like calling shenanigans because that was terrible. She just could not land a freaking point. Like, she was making good points, but she was doing it very, very badly. You know, there's an art to a good closing argument. You need to get the jury, like, to trust you and listen to you and believe what you're saying, and she was not doing any of that. She was absolutely boring people and sounded like she was going through a PowerPoint at work that, you know, people are forced to sit through, but nobody's paying any attention. That's not what you want for your big closing. And we know she can, like, you know, be more fiery than that. So I don't know why she didn't, you know, crank up the heat a little bit, or, for the love of God, not have condescending mommy tone at the jury, because that's just going to put anybody off. Like, don't do that. Ugh. Oh, according to Court TV poll, most people in their chat, and they've got about 10,000 people watching, think that the closing was very effective. Over half. I strongly disagree. I do not think her closing was very effective. At best, I give her effective, but she needs to absolutely work on her delivery. Okay, come on. The judge said they were going to be gone for 10 minutes. It's been almost 20. Let's go. Kept us waiting enough this morning. Get on with it. And at least the person on the jury who said that they have a hard out by the 8th is probably going to make that. This is also why I don't think deliberations will go any farther than tomorrow at the very latest, if not today. Yes, the jury's definitely had enough after 3 weeks. They're going to know what they think. I don't think there's going to be a lot of deliberating. I think the only way it drags on any more than that is if there's a hung jury and the judge makes them keep deliberating for an additional couple of days. Because judges do not like hung juries. They will usually send them back and be like, okay, go try again. Everybody, take a deep breath, look over things one more time and try to reach a verdict. Because otherwise we've spent millions of dollars for nothing. Which is why it's very rare after a hung jury that the state will be allowed to prosecute again, because they can take one more chance at it, but you're looking at spending those millions of dollars again, and usually the state will say no, because you had your chance, you didn't do it. There's a weird sound somewhere around me, and it's driving me a little crazy. Okay, it's not on the feed. I thought it might be. It's not. It's got to be outside. There's construction going on. There's weird sounds. I'm just glad the fire alarm is done for the day. Hopefully, it should be. Okay, court, come on already, for Christ's sakes. Like, God, I don't know how this judge gets anything done. But, like, if ever you needed proof that she's not terribly great at running her courtroom, the constant lateness. Like, I'm avoiding playing another video because I don't want to get 2 minutes into it and have them come back, because they were supposed to be back almost 15 minutes ago. She didn't say they were adjourning for lunch. She said they were taking a break. Oh, here we go. About flippin' time, Your Honor. Do you not own a watch?
All right, you may be seated. Mr. Bowles?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, police, court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to start also, as I did when this began, which I want to sincerely thank you for your time and attention and all of your work on this case. It's been hard. It's been a long case, and I want to thank you first. On behalf of Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, who
I would not have worn that tie if I were him. It's distracting and it's ugly.
This is her day in court. And it's extremely important that the government rule out every reasonable doubt that there is in this case, because that is our standard in this country. Reasonable doubt is a concept, meaning if you have any reasonable doubt, if you have a reasonable doubt,
This is a bad argument for him.
we cannot convict people in this country. That's how it's set up. Because of that, the burden is on the
no reasonable
prosecution,
doubt as to
always stays in the prosecution,
what
and so
happened.
they have to rule out all of the reasonable doubts. In this case, and I'm going to talk about a lot of the evidence soon, but I just want to start with a summary. The
He's not
prosecutor
gonna be
just
short,
presented
is
to
he?
you a series of pictures, and those were the pictures. They paid the guy $10,000 to enlarge.
And looked
And they
awful.
went through the pictures and they tried to show that there were silver primers, and this is going to be definitive evidence that these live rounds had to be on set at a particular time. Let me tell you why there's reasonable doubt, number one, that they will never be able to rule out in this case. Sarah Zachary threw away rounds. She unquestionably threw away rounds after the shooting. It's undisputed. We have no idea what those look like. We will never have an idea what they look like, and that will never be able to be overcome. That one fact alone prevents that entire picture setup that was just shown to you from being accurate, from being real. Because
Okay,
we have
there's
no
a good
idea
way to make the
what
point
those other rounds,
about what
whether they
Sarah
had silver
Zachary did.
primers, whether
This
they were
is not it.
dummies, whether they were other types of dummies, what they look
This
like.
is a
We have
bad
no idea.
approach.
Fact two on the pictures. Seth Kenney told you he had gotten live rounds from Del Reed that went to the 1883 set. Those live rounds were three types. There were three types of bullets. He then brought back around 125 of those of the three types. Now, the ones that the state seized, the prosecutors made a point of saying these don't match the live rounds. However, we don't know what he had because they waited a month to go get him. It was over a month when they searched. And when Mr. Kenney brought in the rounds, he had been talking to the investigator about what was going on in the investigation. So we're never going to have an idea as to what Seth Kenney had and what he provided, because he also told you in this trial he had no inventory system. He had no
Yeah, I
idea
still
what
wanna
was
know
coming
how
in
he
and going
gets
out of his
paid.
place. The place was
Like,
a wreck.
dude, how
It's
do
like
you
a train that hit it.
how do you not
There's no way for somebody to
know exactly
really
what is
understand
going
what
where
they're
for
putting
how
and what they're
long,
going
how
out.
many?
And so he also said
How does
there
he
were
get paid for
things that
real?
went onto the rust set that he hadn't inventoried, hadn't invoiced.
This
He
is a
said
good
that there were
point to
things they
make.
put on there that he didn't have invoiced. So here's the problem with that. We do
Doesn't
not
know what he sent them because he
that
didn't
Seth
keep track
Kenney
of it.
only had those patinaed rounds. That's reasonable doubt. That's coming right from the government's witnesses, from Mr. Kenney. That part is unreconcilable. There is a reasonable doubt that will never leave this case on those 2 points, on the pictures and the live rounds. Now, Ms. Morrissey calls it dishonest. for us to raise a question about Mr. Kenny. And I submit it's not dishonest at all, because they have the burden to investigate every possibility, every aspect, as anybody in Miss Gutierrez-Reed's place would deserve and would want, because their life is on the line as well on felony charges, and it's the government's duty to rule out all these other things. Far from dishonest, what it is thoroughness, competence, finding what happened with Seth Kenny, taking his fingerprints, taking his DNA, going through and searching earlier, doing that investigation, and finding out if indeed there is another possibility that they ruled out right away and they never wanted to look into, because they rushed to judgment on Miss Gutierrez-Reed from the very beginning. They singled her out on that set. They put her in a cop car, whether she asked or whether they put her in.
I don't think they were rushing to
she's in a
judgment.
cop
She
car.
is
She
one
never
of the
leaves
two
custody
people
until after her
responsible,
statement.
but
They singled her out and they
They should
rushed
have
to
put
judgment on her,
Baldwin
and
in a
that's what
car,
you've
too.
seen ever since. Miss Morrissey says, and a camera crew, and she mocks things that we raise as possibilities on the idea that none of it can be possible except Miss Gutierrez-Reed is guilty. That is the only thing that can be possible because I say it. It's not how it works. Miss Morrissey said she indicted Mr. Baldwin. I indicted Mr. Baldwin. Actually, I think it's the state of New Mexico. That's not an individual person with that power. She also sat there when Miss Zachary was on the stand, and Miss Zachary, I'll remind you, got an immunity agreement. Miss Zachary was promised she would never be prosecuted. And Miss Morrissey stands up and says, there's no evidence against Miss Zachary. Well, then why was she given an immunity agreement? Why would she need immunity if there's nothing against Miss Zachary? She's given an immunity agreement, and then she's told on redirect examination by Miss Morrissey, remember, if you don't tell the truth, I can prosecute you. I will prosecute you. So Miss Zachary doesn't tell the version of the truth.
yeah, because she's
that the
looking at an
government
evidence
believes is
tampering
true.
charge, which she should have been
We saw
charged
the
with.
threat in live court. You can't trust some of the witness testimony in this case, and that will raise a reasonable doubt as well, I submit, because of things like that. Because the lead investigator admits that she practiced her answers and questions with the prosecutor. That's something you can consider. Are you hearing everything? Or are you hearing a one-sided version that fits the narrative that Miss Gutierrez-Reed has to be guilty because we picked her out first, and it's gotta be her. Can't be Mr. Kenny, can't be anything else, any other possibilities. Sarah Zachary has nothing to do with it, even though we know unquestionably she threw away rounds after a shooting. That's undoubtedly going to be evidence, but there's nothing on her, apparently. Second, these boxes. The idea that the boxes match. We heard testimony that these rounds were loaded in and out of these boxes daily. Nobody knows what was in them on the 13th, the 16th, the 21st, because the rounds were put in, they were taken out, and they were put in different boxes. So the boxes really don't matter. There's reasonable doubt all over the place to the boxes because we don't know what was in them 3 or 4 days before. Doesn't matter who brought them. The boxes are interesting because the government wants to match up the two and they want to show the pictures that match, yet all the ones from PDQ Props have the same label, same font. They're from Joe Swanson. So those boxes are similar to the ones on set. So that part is not conclusive as well. The other part, when the government shows you video and video of video only on the 13th and says Miss Gutierrez-Reed was lax on safety. Well, again, you're seeing videos from short snippets of time on one day on an entire movie set, and then you're not seeing what Miss Gutierrez-Reed may have done right after the clip. You're not seeing what might have happened right after that. The other thing that strongly rebuts all of the safety points Ms. Morrissey is pointing out about Ms. Gutierrez-Reed is OSHA. Now, they try to downplay OSHA, but OSHA is a separate, independent state and federal agency that did a full investigation into the
Not really.
responsibility for safety failures on this set.
No, they
And
didn't
You
really.
can evaluate the credibility in your
They
minds
investigated
of
within
Mr.
the limits
Montoya,
that
who
they
took
are
the
forced
stand
to
and
be
how you thought
within.
he
They did
testified,
not do a
whether
full
you thought he was
investigation
thorough
by any
and how he
stretch.
answered questions. He interviewed quite a few people and he reviewed a lot of information. Their conclusion after that was done was that production was responsible. He said the root
Because
cause
they are not
was
allowed
production
to point at people.
adopted a safety plan and it ended at the word adoption because they didn't do anything after that. They didn't respond to complaints that there were safety concerns. They didn't allow for more training and take the time to do that. They did not respond to the negligent discharges and deal with that. Mr. Halls talked to one of the guys briefly, and that was all that happened. So you got to set that they're not allowing time for inventory for the armor. They're not allowing time for them to clean their weapons or deal with their weapons. This is management. You just heard Mr. Pesh state that the first assistant director is the primary person for safety on that set. Dave Halls has been doing this 30 years. Somebody doing it 30 years has a responsibility and duty to step in when there's safety things going on, and he's on several of those videos. He has a responsibility to step in and say, hey, we're going to stop this. We're going to slow this down. We're going to have meetings. We're going to have additional safety training, and we're going to address this. Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, come over here. We're going to do this, and we're going to talk to people. She also can come in and talk about that. And on those videos, they're both on the videos. But OSHA found, because of the lack of support, because she's a part-time armor, because she's not full-time, because there's not two of her, as Mr. Carpenter said,
prevented
2
her
is
from
1 and
walking
1
off
is
the
none.
set?
Well, here we didn't even have 1. We had a half. So she's trying to run around and do various things. She's a half a job on a set with over 20 guns, and they want to lay the complete blame on her in this case.
Yes, because she put
As
herself in
opposed
that
to
position and
OSHA,
then
who
failed.
investigated as an official agency and made an official determination that this was production and management that was responsible. That's important. That's an important finding because they said all of this was caused safety-wise by management. As Mr. Sousa told you, the buck stops with production. The buck stops with production. As in any organization, it starts at the top. You don't go and take one of the lowest people on the call sheet after something bad happens, after the whole management team is just thrown safety aside in favor of money, in favor of speed, in favor of profit. You throw all of that aside because at the end, you've got a convenient fall person. You got a convenient scapegoat. And she may not be the armor on some days. She's a props person, but she's certainly the armor when everything goes bad. You know why? Because despite OSHA's findings that they were responsible, production, the guys that you saw come in, the producers, the big guys, they want to sail off into the sunset and go on about their business, finish the movie, make the money, because they've got the convenient fall person sitting right here. And all that has to happen is
He has
everybody has
much
to
better
gang up.
delivery than the state.
Everybody
but
has to
his argument is weak.
have their talks after this happened and blame Hannah. That's what has to happen. That's what happened in this case. You had a production company on a shoestring budget.
There are good arguments he
An
could
A-list
make, and
actor
he's just not
who was
making any
really
of
running
them.
the show. He was directing people in those clips, telling the camera person where to go, telling the armor where to go. And then you had a situation where at the end, they had somebody they could all blame. It didn't work out.
Yeah, you
with
know why they
OSHA
could blame her? Because she was
OSHA
in a
didn't buy
safety
it.
position and she failed.
OSHA said it was the higher ups. So here we are in a criminal court where the government tries to pin all of it on Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. And it's just not the truth. It's absolutely right. We do want the truth. We want the truth and all the facts that were found by OSHA to be considered. We wanted all of the facts that you don't have in this courtroom to be considered, because that's the only fair way to do it, to resolve all reasonable doubt and to rule it out. If you don't have all the evidence, you can't rule out all of that reasonable doubt. I want to talk about foreseeability, and I want to play this for you.
Okay, who aims a gun like that with both hands? Like,
You probably remember that. That was the scene where Mr. Baldwin runs up the hill and cut is yelled. And right after cut is yelled, he shoots. That's, I submit, reasonable doubt, and I'll tell you why. Because Mr. Baldwin went off script. He chose to fire after cut was called. And you're going to see where he does later do the same thing in this tragic shooting. Mamie Mitchell told you on the stand, the script supervisor, that it was not in the script for Mr. Baldwin to point the weapon. It was not in the script for him to point the weapon. And we have to be very careful with facts when we're considering a criminal case and the beyond the reasonable doubt standard. That's extremely important, because Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, nor anybody else, knew that Mr. Baldwin in that moment was going to point the weapon right at Helena and Mr. Hutchins and Mr. Souza and do what he did. That is the concept of foreseeability. Now, Ms. Morrissey gave you an example of, if I hand somebody a firearm and it's loaded, and then they go and do something with it and it hurts somebody. But here, what we had, she did not know Mr. Baldwin was going to do what he did. No one, first of all, called her back into the church that he was using the gun at that time. She had given it to Halls to sit in the church. Mr. Halls then gave it to Mr. Baldwin, and that is the conclusion of the lead investigator. That was what Baldwin said, and that is what Ms. Gutierrez-Reed said. So Halls hands it to him. No one calls her back in to let her know Baldwin is doing that blocking scene. She doesn't know that's happening. The medic said she did not hear anybody call that out, first team, over the channel. So that's not getting put out. So Baldwin's doing another audible like he did on this video that you just saw. He's going off script. That defeats any idea that that was foreseeable to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. If she doesn't know what's happening, she can't foresee it. That's a big part of the instruction. The other part I want to talk about foreseeability and where this matters is live rounds. Now, live rounds in this type of situation has not happened in Hollywood. In the 100 years of Hollywood, this has not happened in a situation like we saw in this case. No one on that set foresaw, knew, or thought that live rounds were going to be on that set. No one. You did not hear one witness in this case. Even Ms. Morrissey said there was no evidence that Hannah knew about live rounds coming on, or this was done. There's no evidence of that. Nobody thought live rounds were going to be on set. Mr. Souza told the doctors he couldn't believe it. He argued with them because it was inconceivable that live rounds would appear.
That doesn't mean you don't check.
When you read the jury instructions, there's a concept in the involuntary manslaughter of an element of willful disregard of the rights of another. That word willful, and I'm going to go over it soon, means purposeful. That you willfully do something, you purposefully do something. What's impossible for the government to prove in this case
Whoa. Okay, this is a little, okay, as I said before, interrupting during closing is very frowned upon by the courts. They do not like it. It's considered extremely rude. I'm not at all surprised that she's doing it. She probably doesn't want him getting into jury instructions,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk about willful more in a moment when we get there.
which the judge
But
said
it cannot be willful
can.
if Hannah does not know there's live rounds, and nobody did. So she did not do something willfully, knowing that Baldwin could foreseeably hurt somebody with this firearm, because she didn't know it was live. And let me give you an example. It's akin to a nurse, let's say in a hospital, who the pharmacy mislabels a drug. And let's say it comes to her and somebody's ordered it be administered to a patient. She then administers it not knowing that it's a fatal drug of some other type. The pharmacy's mislabeled it. The patient passes. It's the
Which
same
happens all the
situation
time.
as we have here, where the government would be saying the nurse committed involuntary manslaughter. No, that's not true, because she did not know what happened. It's like a long time ago.
It's not the nurse's job
when
to
the
second guess the
Tylenol
pharmacy. It
capsules
is Hannah's
were
job.
laced with cyanide way back in the 80s or somewhere around there.
Yes.
There was no
It is
prosecution
Hannah's
of
job
the
to
pharmacies
check.
that
She didn't
didn't
do
know
that.
about this, that were tainted by it. It's the same type of situation we have here.
They never
with
caught
the
who
nurse.
did the Tylenol
Miss
cyanide
Gutierrez
thing, by
Reed
the
did
way.
not know there were live
The
rounds, and she
prevailing
was
theory is that
entitled to
it was
rely
espionage.
on production buying dummies and the boxes labeled dummies. She's entitled to rely on that, and that reliance is reasonable.
No, it is
So
not.
she cannot foresee a live round. Now, I want to talk next about Ms. Gutierrez Reed's statements to law enforcement. You saw her first statement. She didn't have an attorney. She did waive her rights and answer her question. She had not been advised at that time. Ms. Hutchins had passed. And she came in a second time and answered all questions. The reason why I say that is she was cooperative. She was trying to assist in what this investigation, what they were investigating. Now, Corporal Hancock never fully investigated the source of the live rounds. And she told you that she focused on people on the set. So again, in ruling out reasonable doubt and where those live rounds came from, we have not done that in this case because there was never a full investigation as to the source of the live rounds. Let me give you an example. The state never called Joe Swanson. And it's kind of remarkable because Joe Swanson was the original source of where these came from. He's also the JS in all the boxes. So the idea that the person where it originated, you wouldn't call that person and get some more information is interesting. But more than that, it leaves a huge hole in the origin of the live rounds. Let me tell you what else it did. Seth Kinney's fingerprints and DNA were never taken. Seth Kinney talked to Corporal Hancock 40 times or more. They supplied information back and forth.
Points for him.
And he starts making you wonder about what's going on and why I'm called dishonest for raising the possibility that maybe Mr. Kinney was the source, because he's pretty tight with law enforcement in this case. Obviously, they don't do a prop search warrant until 6 days after the incident, and that was Corporal Hancock and the rest of the sheriffs. They don't search Mr. Kinney's business until over a month after. They never asked the FBI to check live rounds for fingerprints or DNA. And so we will not know if Mr. Kinney's fingerprints or anybody else's would have ever appeared on those live rounds on set because they didn't get that evidence. Bryce Ziegler, I want to tell you a little bit, remind you a little bit about his testimony, and that's Mr. Ziegler. He talked about Baldwin's revolver being single action. You have to cock it, and then every time you want to shoot it. He testified about breaking that firearm. They actually destroyed the firearm after testing that was approved by the sheriff by hitting that with a hammer. He talked about that you can't determine a live round from a picture. And that's the other point I think is important to consider when considering the picture analysis. Now, the Latin print examiner,
Did you just say Latin print examiner?
various
Latent.
things, but she did not examine anything Seth
You should
Kenny-wise.
not be
There's
stumbling
no
with that
analysis on the
word, my
cartridges
dude.
from the prop cart,
Ugh.
and found 8 FBI employee prints. Mr. Gillette on the powder testing.
He better be
only
like
tested
coming
11
to an
rounds from
end.
Seth Kenny. Again, we know that he brought back 125 from the group that went to 1883. And I also want to remind you about 1883. Some of those were Starline brass rounds, and some of those he said had silver primers. So when we get to the set, the live rounds are Starline brass, and they have silver primers. It's a continuous chain that could have been traced from Del Reed all the way to Seth Kenny, all the way back to the set. But they did not do that thorough investigation, and that's reasonable doubt they have not ruled out.
Yeah, there were a lot of problems with the investigation. and
Dummies, again, I
things they
submit
did not investigate
this is
that they
another
should
area
have,
of
and
reasonable doubt.
massive delays, and
Witnesses testified this set contained a dangerous mix of dummies.
it's clear the sheriff's
They were
department was
dangerous because
over
it
their
was
head. They didn't know
impossible
what to
for the
do.
armor and prop master to hear and rattle all of the dummies, especially under pressure, rushing, and noise on the set. You saw there was a lot of wind that day on the lapel. There's people running around. I think at one point somebody said 200 people. There's all kinds of things going on. And despite that, Mr. Haig indicated in a quiet office he could not hear one of the dummies when it's rattled. That's dangerous because when you're trying to do it quickly, when there's a lot of noise, it may be a dummy. It may not. You can't hear it rattle. Seth Kenny, again, mentioned in this case that he always rattle tested his rounds, and he made sure they're dummies. He told you all that. Well, the problem, even the box that they say was Seth Kenny's and the rounds that came out of it, there was one round, if you remember, that was gunked, and it didn't shake. That round had to be sent to the FBI to be broken apart and to be checked to see if it was live. So if he truly is that thorough in shaking, he missed that round. Now the producers, they had oversight over the budget team. They didn't know where the funds were set aside for the armor. They were on location for filming, and they were fined the statutory maximum by OSHA for managerial safety violations. Again, OSHA found that the management team are the ones responsible, and yet we're here with Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, the person on trial for the felony offenses. Sherilyn Schaefer was the medic on set. You recall she did not have chest seals. She, I think, was doing the best she could with the equipment that she had, but she didn't have the complete equipment to deal with a gunshot wound. She also indicated she never heard anyone call out use of a gun before the fatal shooting. Mamie Mitchell, I touched on this earlier. Most important thing Ms. Mitchell said was that it was not in the script for Baldwin to point the firearm. That goes directly to the element when you read the jury instructions and you all go back in to deliberate. That goes to foreseeability and whether or not anybody can foresee the moments Mr. Baldwin pointing the gun, using it as a pointer. He's up on the hill shooting after cut, and then he's shooting, pointing the gun when he's not supposed to in scenes. David Halls was the first assistant director, as you remember, and he was in charge of overall safety. He got a misdemeanor, 6 months
Yeah, he got the
unsupervised
plea deal of a
probation,
lifetime.
even though he was in charge of overall set safety. He never raised any concerns. And in fact, I think he said Hannah did a great job as armor. He indicated he did not hand the gun to Baldwin, but the sheriff contradicted this. So did Hannah, and so did Mr. Baldwin. And that was essentially Mr. Hall's testimony. Sarah Zachary, I remind you, she threw away rounds on set after the shooting, took items off the prop cart. She worked for Seth Kenney, and she texted and called him right after the shooting. One of her texts, she indicated she had said she was talking to Alec Baldwin and trying to keep her facts straight. She mentioned that she had loaded firearms on set. She picked up ammunition from Kenney at PDQ. I'll remind you in the testimony that Sarah Zachary and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed went to Kenney's place before production started, and he had given them ammunition, leathers, and firearms. So again, we don't know exactly what Mr. Kenney may have supplied to this set because it's not inventoried, it's not all invoiced. I also remind you about Sarah Zachary when you're considering her credibility and her testimony. She had the text where she wanted Hannah to go to jail, and she's given complete immunity. Seth Kenney, again, I mentioned this, he supplied the leathers, guns, and ammo before arrest began. He had no inventory system. And we attached some pictures to the right that you can look at in the jury room about his place. It was an absolute mess. There was stored live ammo in the bathroom. And one of the things I think was important to remind you of is he actually called Joe Swanson and had a conversation with him. And after he gets off the call, his first words are shit, shit, shit.
Well,
and so
somebody was
something
killed,
as an investigator,
so not an
you would think
appropriate response.
after he does that, maybe I should call Joe Swanson and see what's happening, see what that means. That reasonable doubt has not been ruled out. I went over this on the 1883 set, and he brought 125 rounds back. Mr. Carpenter, I want to remind you, he was the state's expert armorer. One of the most important points he said was 2 is 1 and 1 is none. And here we didn't have a properly staffed armorer component to the set. Luke Haig, he said the live rounds on set were reloads. He could not hear the dummy rattle in a quiet office, and he said Mr. Baldwin violated basic safety rules. Karen Kuhn, you may remember, was the photographer. She said the armorer was checking guns before when she was present. And she also made a comment about Mr. Baldwin, that on the day she was taking questions, I believe she said on the 21st, he told her to get out of his personal space and said something in a manner that kind of goes along with how he was on the set. Mr. Souza was kind about it. He said he had a strong personality, but you can see it in the videos, and you can see how Mr. Baldwin was acting.
Yeah, he's known to be kind
Rebecca
of
Smith, I want to talk about the tampering.
and
She
certainly
said
has
that-
a
that
massive,
she hadn't used
massive
cocaine in 31
ego.
years. She saw a baggie inside a baggie for approximately 5 seconds. She didn't know if it was cocaine or meth or something else. And she admitted at the end she was guessing. And we also know that the substance in the baggie was never tested. And so the only evidence you have of narcotics in this case is a guess. Now, Ms. Morrissey in her closing indicated that, well, of course we don't have the evidence.
This is
The
why
whole
the
thing is
state
thrown
needed to
away.
not
Well, you have
argue
to
that it's
prove
cocaine.
first
They
that
just
it
needed
was
to argue that it's evidence.
So
Yes.
in a normal tampering case, when
They should have
let's say
just
a
said it
firearm's
doesn't
thrown
matter
away,
what was being
and
thrown
we know a
away. She was
firearm
throwing away
used when
something.
somebody
She was
throws a
concealing
firearm away,
something.
we know that was a firearm. So we know that would be evidence in a case involving a shooting. Here, we have an unknown substance. Again, they have to rule out all of the reasonable
So
doubt.
why didn't
by
you
that.
ask for this charge
It's
to
not
be
enough to say it's
dismissed?
probably something.
You probably
under
would
a
have
criminal
won.
standard. It's probably cocaine in that bag because Miss Smith says it is. If it even happened, we don't even know this happened. The government
Did you
hasn't
deny
established
it?
that except through her testimony. We don't know if there was a bag. We don't know if this actually was passed, and that's their burden.
Did you
Let's
have
say it
one
did
witness
happen,
to deny this?
that you believe it did happen. It's not enough to say what was probably in that bag. They have the burden to rule it out beyond a reasonable doubt that it couldn't have been anything else.
It
And
doesn't
she's
matter
already calling
what's
it
in
in
the
her
bag. They're
testimony
both
potentially
wrong on
multiple
this.
substances, cocaine, methamphetamine, or possibly something else. So she's not even certain about what it is. Without a test, without something presumptive to tell you on a test, there's no way of telling what was in that bag. And it's not enough in a criminal case.
Doesn't matter what's in the bag.
OSHA, we talked about in detail, and I just want to remind you the root cause they found, they attributed all the
He's
responsibility
doing
for
a good
safety
job at
issues
delivery, but
to
he's
management.
picking really bad arguments.
Mr. Elliott,
Like, he is
he was
making-
defense expert investigator, got
give him
extensive law
50-50
enforcement
on making
experience,
good
if you
points.
recall, in APD and military. One of his big
But there's a
points
way-
was Mr. Baldwin
there's
was
a
not
structure.
segregated at the beginning, even though he was the
Have
known
one.
shooter. Hannah was segregated right away. Again, they zeroed in on her, and the rush to have her identified. He indicated there was 20 or so key witnesses not identified and segregated. And the problem with that is they can get their stories together and they can change their stories. They can have their memories altered. We know this happened in this case because after the incident, Mr. Baldwin is talking to Sarah Zachary. He's texting and talking to her. Seth Kinney's talking to Sarah Zachary. Mr. Halls is talking to Baldwin after. And so we don't have all the information they're talking about, but we do know they're coordinating, they're talking. The only one not in that group was Hannah. And again, this was the idea. We've got to circle the wagons and we've got to pick out the person that's going to take the fall for everything that's happened here. That's Hannah. That's who they got. Law enforcement failed to follow up on the origin of the live rounds, and their delayed search warrants caused problems with missing evidence. PJ Pesh testified just this morning. He had said,
Hopefully
like
this means
everybody
he's
else, he's
getting
never seen in
done,
35 years an armor split
really
duties with props.
go.
It's not possible for one person to keep track of so many firearms. And he indicated it's important to give the armor adequate time and resources, which OSHA said as well. She was not given that to do her job. I want to talk to you about the law that the judge instructed you on, and that is the law. What the judge told you about is what we have to follow in terms of evaluating this. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. The kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act in the graver and more important affairs of life. A doubt based on reason and common sense. So what the government has to do is rule out every reasonable doubt you may have based on reason and common sense. Or in this country, we don't convict people. That's the standard. And again, I go back to where I started at the beginning. If they didn't rule out the reasonable doubt on Miss Zachary throwing away the rounds, that is always going to be there. Because their theory based on you can identify these pictures and we know exactly what was on the set and what remained on the set, and what we will never know that because some of them were thrown away. And we didn't get all of Seth Kinney's rounds. We're never going to know that. Other areas of reasonable doubt, I've gone over the top two, top three. The prop cart was tampered with. We know that right after the incident, another individual moved it. Now, Lieutenant Benavides said he had eyes on the entire time. But if you saw that video, you can make up your mind what you believe. Ladies and gentlemen, his camera appeared to be pointed right into the vehicle, and the individual getting the cart was way off in the other direction. He said he had his head turned. But you all can decide what you think about that. The prop cart, there was unquestionably items taken from it. We don't know exactly what those are. That is another area of reasonable doubt that the government has not ruled out. You've had witnesses say throughout the trial you can't tell live ammo from a picture. And the reason is that the FBI said it has to be disassembled and you have to open it up because there's powder in it. If there's not powder in it, then it's not live. OSHA stated the root cause of all safety failures was management. OMI ruled this to be an accident, not a homicide. You heard evidence about the esophageal intubation was ineffective to provide oxygen to Helena. This also was a situation in this case where multiple lawsuits have been filed, and you can evaluate their testimony, those people who have filed lawsuits, with care and caution, because they've got an interest potentially in what's happening in this case by being involved in lawsuits. Involuntary manslaughter, you're going to have that instruction when you go back. That is the charge that Her Honor has read to you. She's given you the law on this. I want to focus you on a couple key points. The government has the burden to show each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The elements are the numbered items. What that means is if you all have reasonable doubts on any of these elements, Hannah cannot be convicted. And I want to focus you in on element 3, that Hannah acted with a willful disregard. Again, you go back to willful disregard, the nurse example, and the idea that if somebody doesn't know, I mean, that could be the same thing with a nurse on trial for involuntary manslaughter, but if she doesn't know the drug was mislabeled, you cannot hold her criminally accountable for something like that. It's the same thing in this case because no one knew there were live rounds. So she did not act willfully in anything that happened that day. In loading the firearm, this was another day everybody thought on set. Loading the firearms, running to different things, doing the duties. Nobody's calling her back in for the blocking scene. Mr. Baldwin's doing something on his own. Nobody in the wildest dreams thought there was a live round. And because of that, the next element is that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed caused the death. I submit to you that what caused her to pass was Mr. Baldwin going off script and pointing the weapon. Now, he didn't know there was a live round in there either. He didn't know. Again, he's in the same position that nobody knew there was ever going to be a live round on that set. But the only ultimate act is pointing of that weapon. Miss Gutierrez wasn't in the church. She didn't point that weapon. She didn't pull it. Nobody called her back in. And because of that, those two elements, I submit to you, have not been proven on involuntary manslaughter. And they have to be. The government has to resolve all your reasonable doubts about that, or we cannot convict. Mental state and willful disregard, and that is going to be in your instructions. For you to find the defendant acted negligently in this case, you must find that the defendant acted with willful disregard. And so again, that's the terminology, is willful disregard. You're also going to be instructed, the court instructed you, Her Honor, on negligent use of a firearm. And that is a lesser included offense of the involuntary manslaughter. So when you go back and deliberate, you will have this in front of you as well, whether Miss Gutierrez-Reed endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. And again, the language is acted with willful disregard. That's what has to be proven under that charge for you to resolve all of your reasonable doubts. Tampering with evidence, I think this is a real stretch, and it is a real stretch. And you talk about guessing. This one, they have to prove the defendant hid a bag of cocaine. Well, the only witness they have to it said it was either cocaine or meth or something else. So just by the testimony alone, the beginning of that, there's no way of knowing it was a bag of cocaine. It's just impossible. there has to be reasonable doubt on that by the government's own witness. Their only witness. No law enforcement testing. There's nobody else. This is absolutely unproven in this case. And you don't even have to get to element 2 because element 1 is not even close to having been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Proximate cause, it's a legal term, but it's something the government has to prove as well. And this is where you get into that the passing was a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez's act. The act was a significant cause of the death, and the language I want to focus you in on, in a natural and continuous chain of events uninterrupted by an outside event. What these mean, and these are the legal terminology, what it means is that what Hannah Gutierrez did had to be a foreseeable result, but again, that caused her death. But again, without her knowing that there was a live round, that's impossible to meet that standard. She did not have that knowledge, and there's no witness that came in here in this courtroom in 2 weeks to say she had that knowledge. Without it, nothing she did. She has that willful disregard because she just doesn't know. Now, was there an outside event as well? There was an outside event. There's 2 outside events. Whoever put the live round on set, and then Mr. Baldwin in the end going off script and doing what he did. Those are outside events outside of Miss Gutierrez Reed's control that she didn't know was going to happen. That breaks any idea, and there's reasonable doubt that she had anything to do ultimately with Helena Hutchins' death. Miss Gutierrez Reed was not a significant cause as a result of her death because of the reasons I've mentioned to you. Another instruction Her Honor gave you is that negligence of a third person, again, I'm going to highlight the language, if it breaks the foreseeable chain of events. Again, the foreseeable chain of events on that set is you have dummy rounds, you have blank rounds, and then you have an orderly progression with how those are being used. Here we had a completely unforeseeable live round, 6 live rounds that were on set, nobody could foresee. And then we have Mr. Baldwin's action in the end. Those were both unforeseeable to Miss Gutierrez Reed. The judge instructed you on, you all are the sole judge of the facts. You all are deciding the facts, ladies and gentlemen. And your verdict should not be based on speculation, guess, or conjecture. It goes back to the tampering charge. It goes back to some of the other aspects the government has told you. In this country, we can't decide and convict people on guesses. And that's a lot of what they've asked you to do in several areas, to guess, to assume, to speculate. It's not sufficient to convict people in this country to guess.
Okay, what we're hearing right now is the difference between somebody
and that's what they brought you
read
and they've asked you
how
to
to give
do
a closing
on the
argument
tampering
and somebody
and other
that's
aspects
done
of their
50
charges.
of them and knows what works. This
That's
guy
not
has read the
sufficient.
textbook, but his lack of experience is massively showing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hannah is not guilty on all the counts because of the
Yes.
law that Her
Wrap it
Honor
up.
has given you. When you apply that law and you apply the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt,
Make a point
she
and
cannot
land
anticipate
it,
what
then
Baldwin
walk
would do. It was
away.
not in the script. It was not foreseeable. Management was responsible for safety failures and not Hannah. There's zero evidence of cocaine. There's no testing. And again, I go back to the idea that Hannah is a scapegoat for all the management failures. They do hope she gets convicted, so they're all exonerated. They can move forward. They can finish that movie like Mr. Sousa said they did.
They already did.
But as he also told you, the buck always stops with production.
The movie is finished. They just can't find
And
a
it's their
distributor because
responsibility.
there's ongoing
In
litigation.
any organization, it goes
No
from
one's
the
going to
top down.
pick it up until at least
And
the
that's where
criminal trials are
responsibility
over.
lies in this case. That's what OSHA said. And that's also the truth. And the truth is important because justice for Helena does not mean injustice for Hannah. Does not mean injustice for Hannah. It does not mean they get to steamroll her and they get to come in and spin their version of facts and they get to call it truth. Because that's not truth. Truth is bringing you, ladies and gentlemen, everything they can. Justice is bringing you everything they can. Justice is not mocking theories that could come true, that might have been the case. Justice is not laughing in court during some of our exchanges. And you can evaluate that as to their credibility, whether that was professional, whether if she didn't take court seriously, did she take the investigation seriously?
Sir, you've had a fashion model sitting next to you the entire
I
trial.
submit
I'd
she
be
did
careful
not.
about people saying people
And
were
so
not
they
taking
can't
it
come in
seriously
here
when she's showing up
with a straight
looking
face
like,
and mock us
you know,
and
she's ready to walk
criticize
a
us
runway.
and tell you they have given you enough to convict her behind a reasonable doubt, because they haven't.
Coming dangerously close to just repeating yourself. See, good. There we go. Strong out. Not as strong as it could have been, but he landed a good point at the end.
State's reply.
It's weird that the state gets a reply. I've never seen this before, where the state like gets a rebuttal on closing arguments. I don't know if it's unique to New Mexico or like only certain states, but it's really weird. Like, it feels unfair. You each get one close. That's it. If she talks for an hour, I'm going to die.
I'll begin while the gentlemen are setting up the Elmo for me. Hannah didn't know there was a live round on set. I agree. If Hannah knew there was a live round on set and she loaded it into a prop gun and it
As
was
we've seen,
used to
she's
kill
much
Helena
better on
Hutchins, she wouldn't be
redirect
charged with
than she is on
involuntary
direct, so
manslaughter. She'd be charged with second-degree murder.
she has an appropriate tone
She'd be
now.
charged with first-degree depraved mind murder. This is an involuntary manslaughter charge because she didn't know there were live rounds on set, and the reason she didn't know was through her own negligence, her own recklessness, her own willful disregard for the safety of other people. That willful disregard, that lack of care for the safety of other people that you have seen throughout this trial, it is shocking. For Mr. Bowles to come up to this podium and say it wasn't foreseeable that Alec Baldwin was going to go off script and pull the hammer and pull the trigger. He showed you a video of Alec Baldwin going off script. Alec Baldwin went off script. Hannah Gutierrez knew it. She was there. Hannah Gutierrez knew that Baldwin was loose. She knew it. She didn't do anything about it, even though it was her job. It was her job. It is her job to say to an A-list actor, if in fact that's what you want to call him,
Shade.
Hey, you can't behave that way with those firearms. That is her job.
She needs
That
to
is
keep
what
this
they pay her
super,
for. That
super
is the
short
job that
to
she
be
applied
effective.
for. That is the job that she
Like
accepted.
under 5 minutes.
Foreseeability.
Yes. A lot of people should be held
You
responsible.
want to talk about off script? Just remember those videos of the stuntman. That's not within the script. She was there. She watched it. She knew these people would go off script. You know she didn't check the rounds. If she checked the rounds, they wouldn't have been floating around that movie set the entire time, undetected. give you everything we've got. You have absolutely everything we have.
Yes, but you didn't get everything that you should
This
have.
law enforcement team and this team of prosecutors have reviewed thousands and thousands and thousands of photos and thousands of videos. We have interviewed countless people, many of whom you didn't even hear from. We can't stay here forever.
Okay, you need to sound less pissed, lady.
You have absolutely
Yay for
everything
sounding
you
strong, but
need.
you
One
sound
of the
ticked off at the
amazingly
proceedings right
shocking
now, and
things
that's
about
not
this
good.
case to me has always been, and it's to Detective Hancock's credit,
Because you are the one
a
who took
defense
the vast
attorney
majority of
with
time
his
in this
own
trial
agenda,
and
no question,
wasted at least 3 days with
comes to her
unnecessary
and
witnesses.
says, "It's Seth Kinney. It's Seth Kinney. It's Seth Kinney." That's his job. Okay? Let's make that clear. That's Mr. Bowles' job. He gets Hannah's dad to say, "It's Seth Kinney. It's Seth Kinney. It's Seth Kinney." Rather than
Dad didn't
ignore them,
testify.
she gets a search warrant. She took his speculative agenda, presented it to a judge, got a search
Okay, I'm amazed
warrant,
she's allowed to
and
attack
searched
defense
that
counsel
man's
like this.
property. And oh my heavens, what did they find?
But if I'm the jury,
They
I'm not
found
liking her for
exactly
doing
what
this.
Sel Reed said they would find. They found live ammunition with semi-wad cutter projectiles. You have everything you have.
After he had a
you have
month to
everything
get
we
rid of
have.
anything
You have
incriminating.
everything
Like,
you will ever need to convict her. This is
no, this was not a
100%
fair
foreseeable.
trial. Whatever else, regardless of what I think of Hannah being guilty or not guilty,
Hannah
this was
Gutierrez
not a
is not
fair
a
trial.
scapegoat. Hannah Gutierrez is not being treated as
For
a
a
scapegoat.
lot of reasons. The prosecution
Mr.
is
Halls was
definitely
charged
overzealous.
criminally.
They overcharged.
To his
They
credit,
made a lot of
he took
deals
an
they should
early
not have
plea, and he
made.
got the benefit of that.
Yeah, he should not have
Mr.
been given
Baldwin
that
has
deal.
now
You
been
twit.
indicted. Everyone with
You wanted to
criminal
go after the star.
culpability
That's what it is. You wanted
has
to
been
be
criminally charged
on
in
trial
this case. She's not
prosecuting
being
an A-list
scapegoated.
star
She is being treated
and get your
like
face on
everyone
TV.
else.
Like,
She
she
is
has
not
got an
being
ego to
given a
rival
break
Baldwin's,
because
and
she's
that's
a woman.
controlling way too
She
much.
is not being given a break because she's young. Because that's not how the law works.
Yeah, but you tried to charge 2 people under a law that didn't exist yet and got told no. So don't be talking about how the law works.
Let me just review my notes real quick. And as I promised you, I am going to try to speed this up for you.
Lady, you should have been done talking like 3 minutes
Please
ago.
keep in
You're
mind,
an idiot to
Mr.
still
Bowles
be
comes up to
talking.
the podium and
Because
says
you
Sarah
sound
Zachary
like
threw
an
rounds
angry,
away.
bitching mom
She
right
did.
now.
Obviously, she did. She admitted it.
And
She
nobody
told
is
law
going to be
enforcement
agreeing
that
with
she
you.
did it. And rather than try to prosecute her for tampering with
Like, you
evidence,
sound
for
pissed off
panicking
at the
and throwing
jury,
some
and
rounds
that's not
away,
good.
she agreed to come in and testify. And her agreement is that she must testify truthfully. And she testified truthfully. You want to know why we don't have an inertia puller in evidence? Why we don't have a box of dummies that Ms. Gutierrez said she brought on set? She said she brought 2 boxes. We've only got 1. You want to know why? Because she went
Because
to
the
the prop
police
truck
utterly
on
failed
October
to
23rd, got
in the
access to
scene.
it, took a bunch of gun belts and a couple of boxes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Yes. She deserved that, because screw you, lady. Okay, the police failed to secure the scene. If Hannah and Baldwin both wind up walking, I thoroughly blame the Santa Fe / Albuquerque police departments. Because, I'm sorry, they were blatantly unprepared. They did not secure the scene. They should have arrested Baldwin immediately. Then they get up on the stand and they're playing games about who is detained and when, and I can't be expected to control this many, and that's your damn job. The police didn't know what they were doing. They didn't take it seriously. Like, originally, nobody was going to be charged. Let's not forget. They were treating this like just an accident, like same as a lightning strike. They were not treating it like a crime, and so they didn't do a lot of things they should have done. And that absolutely messed with the evidence right from the beginning and the witness statements.
She took stuff out of the prop truck. She took gun belts. You heard from Sarah Zachary that those were gun belts that she brought from another movie set that were already loaded with dummy rounds. Who knows what was in them?
Well, maybe if the police had secured the prop truck and the rest of the guns like they were supposed to, that
make
would
sure
be a
that we
you
understand
problem.
what reasonable doubt means. Reasonable doubt means the doubt must be reasonable. It is not a reasonable doubt to
really have a
cast
hard out in about
suspicion
25
on
minutes.
Brian
So, lady,
Norvell.
shut up.
It is not a reasonable doubt to cast suspicion on Seth Kinney. All investigative leads were exhausted. He simply didn't do anything wrong. You want to talk about scapegoating? That's the guy that got scapegoated.
Yeah, this is a very, 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 very bad argument. Like, she was
doubt
bad the
must
first
be
time, now she's
reasonable.
terrible.
And I don't have to prove this.
Like, she is
case
losing
beyond
ground with
all
me the more she
possible
speaks.
doubt. If
And I
that
think
is what the law
I've said from the
required,
beginning,
my heavens,
I
we
don't
live in
see a way that
world of
Hannah walks on
infinite
this just due to
possibilities.
facts. But
The
this
government
lady
would
is
never be
making me
able
want
to
to exonerate
prove a
her
case
because she
beyond
is
all
horrible
possible
at
doubt.
this and she's
We'd have
making
to have a video
terrible
of
points.
absolutely everything that took place.
She's saying
It's
a
not
lot
the
of crap that
standard.
was not
And it
in the
doesn't have
trial.
to be
She's
the
making up
standard.
her own narrative. She
So
sounds pissed off.
when you're back there and
And
you're
she's just
talking
plain
about
talking too
doubt,
much.
make sure it's a
Lady,
reasonable
shut
one
up.
under this
It's
set of
over 2 hours
circumstances.
past lunch. The jury's going to be tired and hungry, and they're sick of listening to you. And you are wasting everybody's time saying a bunch of things over and over and over and over.
You know, Mr. Bowles says to you,
Learn how to
these
make a
production
concise
outfitters were just from
argument.
one day. That's right. All that
And
happened
yes,
in
everybody
one day.
took stuff. The truck was sitting
Imagine
there
what all the other days
for
were
a
like.
week
That was one day.
when dozens of people had keys. Multiple people had access to the safes. So yeah, a lot of people could have taken anything.
Mr. Balls is right. The crew didn't believe there were live rounds
You
on
just call him
set.
Mr. Balls.
They believed that she was going to do her job. They believed that she did her job. This isn't Seth Kinney's responsibility to inventory rounds. although
Yes,
he did
it is.
That wasn't his responsibility.
Yes, it is
Rust
his goddamn
Productions didn't
responsibility.
provide all of the
You
dummy
twit.
rounds to the set of this
Now
movie.
you just sound stupid.
You know from her own statements she brought 2 boxes on herself. We're not living in an alternate reality.
She did, right? I think she was crossing bowls and halls, probably.
All right.
Okay, go sit your ass the hell down, dumbass. Like, I'm sorry, she is being.
I'll go through them relatively
She is.
quickly.
She's getting worse the more she talks. She should not be talking this long for a second
When
time.
you all go back into
At all.
the jury deliberation room, you will have your own copy. So you certainly.
And she
will have a
sounds like she's
copy
trying to
for
lecture the
reference.
jury, and they're not going to like that.
These
Like,
are some
I
of the
swear to God,
instructions that are
if she loses this case, it is
important
entirely
to
her
us.
fault. And it is entirely because of her goddamn attitude and her being really, really stupid
Your
with her
verdict
arguments.
should not be based on sympathy or prejudice. Sympathy or prejudice, huh? Oh. Oh, I see. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Like, we could very well be watching somebody snatch defeat from the
So it
jaws
can't
of
be based
victory
on
here.
sympathy or prejudice. And for any of you who are feeling sympathetic because she is young and she is maybe inexperienced, although by her own statement to Detective Hancock, she would tell you she wasn't. You all are on this jury because during voir dire you agreed to follow the law. And I will ask you to do it right now.
Thank you, Damien. Yes,
If you
that's
had
much
said during
more
voir
polite
dire,
way of
"I
putting what
can't
I'm
follow
trying
the
to
law,
say.
I feel too sympathetic.
She
you
is
wouldn't be
interrupting
here.
herself. She is
And
punching
if you
herself
can't
in her
follow
own
the law,
case in the
You can
face.
probably excuse yourselves.
See, she just threatened the jury. Like, is this your first trial? Did you get hit in the head walking into court today? And if I'm the judge, I'm very angry with her. And I would be making a call to her boss
That one.
and making sure there were some consequences for her
You must
behavior
not
right now.
concern yourselves with the consequences of your verdict. That is the law. That is the law that you agreed to follow. That is the law that you are required to follow.
Yeah, stop lecturing the jury, dumbass. They're not going to like you for it, and they've had enough of it. And the judge is going to have to go over all this again anyway.
Another by handling or
Unless
using a
the state
firearm
gets
in a
to give jury
negligent manner,
instruction,
there
I
can
don't
be
know.
Absolutely no doubt. That happened. Hannah Gutierrez should have known of the danger involved.
She is
by
doing
her
herself a
actions.
huge disservice.
Yeah, she knew. This was completely foreseeable. She was trained in firearms. She knows what we all know. Guns can kill you. You gotta be really careful. Her act caused the death of Helena Hutchins.
No, actually, Alec Baldwin caused the death of Helena Hutchins. Her negligence allowed that to take place.
12A is the alternative theory. And so let me explain to you that 12 and 12A
yes.
are alternatives.
And the judge is going to have to repeat it again. Like,
you must find.
Yes.
You must make a decision.
And they should
about
be.
Guilt or innocence unanimously to the count, not to the alternatives. So 6 of you can say, I think she's guilty of 12, but not 12A. Another 6 of you can say, we think she's guilty of 12A, but not 12. Done.
If I'm the judge, I'm smacking her so hard. I'm telling her that is my job to instruct the jury, not yours. Sit down. You are done.
Hannah Gutierrez loaded live ammunition into a firearm. Yes, she certainly did. She told the police she did. She failed to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition. Of course, you know that. She didn't do it just once. She did it numerous times. She acted with willful disregard for the safety of others, without question. So you are being presented with what's called a lesser included offense. And I will remind you the instructions that the judge read you at the beginning. Your first job is to see if you can agree.
I've been wanting to call her that for over an hour.
Manslaughter.
Yeah.
If you find her guilty of
sounds,
involuntary
looks, and is
manslaughter,
acting like a Karen, and it's
either
the
alternative,
worst possible
you do not move
demeanor
on
to have
this
in court.
misdemeanor. It's done. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then you get to move on to the misdemeanor. You've heard a lot about that. I'll skip it.
Okay, ladies, skip all of this.
This is what we call a general criminal intent instruction, and I want to just make sure that you understand this instruction only applies to the tampering with evidence. It does not apply to the involuntary manslaughter because she is charged with negligent homicide, not intentional. Very importantly are the proximate cause jury instructions. These jury instructions are what allows you to find Ms. Gutierrez guilty, even though Mr. Baldwin may have also been a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. So let's go through it.
No, let's not. How about you shut the hell
Death was
up?
a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez placing a live round into a firearm. Of course it was. The act of the defendant was a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. The defendant's act was a significant cause of death if it was an act which, in a natural and continuous chain of events, uninterrupted by an outside event, resulted in the death, and without which the death would not have occurred. She brought a bunch of live rounds on set, accidentally, but negligently. She loaded one of them into a prop gun, and this was after they were loaded into Jensen Ackles' gun belt and Alec Baldwin's.
He's got to be loving
holster.
hearing this, because he actually had the good grace to be concerned about whether there were live rounds in his gun.
And she told Dave Halls this is a cold gun. He told the crew it's a cold gun. At that point, everyone certainly assumed.
And yet,
that
Mr.
there
Halls,
wasn't a
your
live
witness
round.
that you gave the deal of a lifetime to,
She knew
contested
Baldwin
that
would go off
directly
script.
and said that he did not
She didn't
take the
have
gun from
properties
Hannah
to
and he did
tend to.
not hand it to Baldwin, and you're still saying that
She
he
walked
did.
out.
I'd
And even if she
absolutely
had
be
been there,
objecting right
it
now, and I'd
wouldn't
be
have made a
demanding that she
difference,
be censured.
because you have seen the incredible
She
lack
is
of
lying to
control
the jury.
that she exercised as the only person on the movie set in charge of firearms. There is no intervening event. If you think the intervening event is that Baldwin manipulated the gun, that's the whole purpose of the prop. He's going to manipulate it. You saw a bunch of other actors do it. Very importantly, there may be more than one significant cause of death. If the acts of two or more persons significantly contribute to the cause of death, each act is a significant cause of death. If you think Baldwin's act was a significant cause of death, that's okay. You can still convict her. Jury instruction 20. If you find the negligence of a person other than the defendant was the only significant cause of death, or constitutes an intervening cause that breaks the foreseeable chain of events, the defendant is not guilty. Well, that's not this case. She brought the live rounds on set. She put a live round in a prop gun. That's the reason that Ms. Hutchins is dead. One of at least two reasons. I will again thank you very much for your time and for your attention. I know that this has been hard work for you folks.
Yeah, listening to the sound of your
I will
voice.
ask you to find Ms. Gutierrez guilty of involuntary manslaughter and tampering with evidence. And I will ask you to bring some justice to Helena Hutchins. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Instruction number 22. I will now ask you to retire to the jury room to begin your deliberations. You will be provided a copy
she's
of the jury
unprepared.
instructions, and the exhibits introduced as evidence will be made available to you. Prior to beginning your deliberations, you will need to select one of you to act as foreperson. That person will preside over your deliberations and will speak for the jury here in court. Forms of verdict have been prepared for your use. You will take these forms to the jury room. When you have reached a unanimous agreement as to your verdict, a foreperson will sign the forms which express your verdict. You will then return all forms of verdict, these instructions, and any exhibits to the courtroom. There are 12 that deliberate. There are 4 alternates on this jury, given the long length of this jury. Keeping with the privacy, I'm going to pass this instruction down with the help of Ryan. You're going to look at this is one of your names, and you are
Judging
one
by
of
the number of
alternates.
media in the
What I'm
courtroom,
going
they
to
are
ask,
expecting a verdict today.
The bailiffs to do is to first take the alternates out so they can get their belongings. And I'm going to ask you to meet me down at the end of the hallway to explain. I hate to tell alternates they're alternates because they've been paying so close to the evidence. And so just to talk with you, and then and thank you. And then right along on On your clip will be the jurors themselves. Okay, and the jurors will go into the room. So I'll need the aid.
Why are we
of both of
looking
you.
at a random
First,
woman?
let me pass this piece of paper over to you. Look down here. There's 4 names. See if one of them is yours and you're an alternate.
Like, who is this lady? Why is she on camera?
It's at the bottom.
If that was a member of the jury, Court TV is in very big trouble. I don't think it was, but I have no idea who it was, so I don't know. For New Mexico time, it's about 1:15, so it's probably, it would be very quick to get a verdict today. It's not impossible. Like, I know the jury is certainly going to be fed up. They're going to want to be out of there. They're going to want to be done with this. Most of them probably know where they stand. But I would put the possibility of a hung jury at like 50-50. If that happens, it's going to take longer because the judge is not going to accept a hung jury on day 1 or even day 2. I could see it carrying over the weekend if that happens. And I know never predict a jury, but I think if they're back quickly, that is bad for the defense.
All right, so follow the alternates follow Ryan. I'll meet you down at the end of the hallway after you get your belongings, and then you'll follow with the jury.
Can you imagine sitting through 3 weeks of a trial just to be told, okay, we don't need you, you can go now? And like most states either don't pay jurors anything or they pay very, very little. But there we go. The jury is headed out to deliberate. I will keep eyes on the feed. And we shall see. It's going to be telling.
All right, we're in recess. I'll be back in, but we're in recess. You can get going with your exhibits and things like that.
All right, there we have it. The jury is officially out to deliberate. They are probably going to take lunch, and they've got about 3.5 hours left in the day. Now, generally, it's court that stops at 5. I don't know if juries are allowed to deliberate past that. It's possible. So we may get a verdict today. We may not. They were really, really delayed this morning. I think that may have cost them getting a verdict today. Defense, what? They don't get a second. Like, again, it's very weird to me that the prosecution gets a rebuttal on closing. I've never seen that anywhere. I've never even heard of it. So I'm not sure what up with that, but obviously it's allowed. She really should have kept it to about a 2-minute, quick, hard, well-reasoned, super tight argument. She didn't do that. She wandered all over the goddamn place. She yelled at the jury. She lied to the jury, in my opinion. She made points that were bad for her, but good for the defense. Like, yeah, I know, Damien. Like, it's not. I consider it unfair that, yeah, the prosecution gets to listen to the defense's closing and then come back and try and rebut it. It's like, what? Sorry, what? And if I'm the judge, I'm unhappy with her for what she was screwing around with the jury instructions. But I'm assuming that it's allowed because the judge didn't step in and the defense did not object. Not that they're very good at objecting, because there were probably 100 times where they should have objected and did not. Yep, there it is. We're officially on verdict watch. So I have got to go because I have an interview in about 35 minutes and I need to eat some food. So I will keep eyes on this. The second that we have a verdict, I will jump in live. I will try to be as, on the moment with it as I can. Bear with me. We will get there. And keep eyes on the Discord to know when that happens. If you enjoyed the stream and you are able, please tip. Mark is studying his butt off. I know, we need him. I'll definitely at him when it comes back. But yeah, please tip if you are able. Please definitely like, comment, and subscribe above all. That is very important. I'm trying to get my numbers back up. Someday I would like to be able to do super stickers and super chats and jump scares and all those fun things. Thank you, Damien. All right, we will be back. Have a good day, everybody. Love yourself and love a fur baby. Take care of you. Bye.